Reflect. What worked and what didn't in 2024? What lessons can you carry forward? Envision. Picture where you want to be by the end of 2025. Be specific about your goals in areas like career, relationships, health, and personal growth. Write it down. Write down your vision. Research shows that written goals are significantly more likely to be achieved. Goals without structure often remain dreams. Adopt the SMART framework. Specific. What exactly do you want to achieve? Measurable. How will you track progress? Achievable. Is your goal realistic given your current resources? Relevant. Does this goal align with your overall vision? Time-bound. Set a clear deadline. For instance, instead of saying, I want to get fit, say, I will lose 10 pounds by June 30th by exercising 5 days a week and following a balanced diet. Motivation gets you started, but discipline keeps you going. Coach Payne, a renowned motivational speaker, reminds us that success comes from consistent effort, not fleeting inspiration.
Discipline requires daily routines. Create habits that align with your goals. Start small and build gradually. Also, eliminate distractions. Identify and remove obstacles that hinder focus, such as excessive social media use. And finally, stay accountable. Share your goals with a trusted friend or mentor who can keep you on track.
Life will test your resolve. In moments of doubt or difficulty, resilience will keep you moving forward. Dr. Jessica Houston emphasizes the importance of embracing challenges as opportunities for growth.
To build resilience, shift your perspective. Instead of viewing setbacks as failures, see them as lessons. Practice gratitude. Focus on what you have, not what you lack, and strengthen your inner voice. Replace negative self-talk with empowering affirmations.
Continuous learning is the key to staying competitive and relevant. Walter Bond's motivational talks often stress the importance of evolving. Commit to
reading. Devour books that expand your knowledge networking. Surround yourself with like-minded individuals who uplift and challenge you. Skill building. Enroll in courses, attend workshops, or acquire certifications that enhance your capabilities.
Your body is the vehicle that carries you through life. Neglecting it will derail even the best laid plans. Bobby Maximus, known for his no-excuses approach to fitness, advocates for
regular exercise, aim for at least 30 minutes of physical activity daily, balanced nutrition, fuel your body with whole nutrient-dense foods, adequate rest. Sleep is non-negotiable for peak performance.
Environment shapes behavior. To thrive in 2025, declutter your space. A clean, organized space fosters a productive mindset. Choose your circle wisely. Spend time with people who encourage growth and positivity. Limit negativity. Minimize exposure to toxic influences, whether online or offline. 2025 is your year to lock in, step up, and create the life you've always wanted. By following these steps and drawing inspiration from powerful voices like Coach Payne, Dr. Jessica Houston, Walter Bond, Marcus A. Taylor, and Bobby Maximus, you can transform aspirations into achievements. Remember, success is not about perfection, but progress. Take the first step today and watch your efforts compound into extraordinary results. Let's lock in and make 2025 the best year yet.
Today, let's dive into a challenge we all face, doubt. That nagging voice that tells us we're not good enough, that we'll fail, or that we shouldn't even try. Doubt is normal. It's a part of the human experience, but it doesn't have to control us. Instead, we can use doubt as fuel, transforming it into determination and a powerful drive to succeed. Doubt often shows up when we're on the edge of something big, a new opportunity, a personal goal, or a challenging dream. That's because doubt is, in a way, a defense mechanism, trying to protect us from the fear of failure or disappointment. But here's the thing. Every time we let doubt win, we miss out on growth, learning, and the chance to surprise ourselves. The real key to growth isn't avoiding doubt. It's facing it head-on and deciding to transform it. Turning doubt into determination starts with a change in perspective. When we feel doubtful, we can choose to see it as a sign of our growth potential. The fact that doubt shows up means we're stretching beyond our comfort zone, which is exactly where growth happens. Rather than seeing doubt as a stop sign, let's see it as a green light, a signal to move forward with even more focus and dedication. Determination comes from trusting the process, even when it feels hard or uncertain. Start by setting small, manageable goals and celebrating each win along the way. These achievements, no matter how small, reinforce our belief in ourselves and chip away at that doubt. By building a track record of small successes, we build the strength and confidence to tackle bigger challenges. It's also essential to surround ourselves with positivity, whether that's people who encourage us, resources that inspire us, or personal reminders of our past successes. Each time we encounter doubt, we can draw strength from those who believe in us and from our own inner resilience. Remember, every successful person we admire has faced doubt at some point. They've learned to turn that doubt into a driving force that pushes them to do more, be more, and keep going when things get tough. Finally, remember to be patient and kind to yourself. Transforming doubt into determination is a journey, and setbacks are just part of the process. With each step forward, no matter how small, you're building mental toughness, resilience, and the grit needed to accomplish your goals. So, next time doubt whispers in your ear, choose to respond with determination. Embrace the challenge, trust in your abilities, and take that step forward. Let your doubts be the spark that ignites your fire, not the shadow that dims your light. Thank you for being part of this journey with me. If this message resonates with you, please feel free to share it, comment on your experiences with overcoming doubt, and follow for more motivational content. Let's keep inspiring each other to turn doubt into determination, turning fear into fuel for growth. Fear is a universal emotion. It's the tightness in your chest when you step outside your comfort zone, the voice of doubt when you try something new, and the shadow that lingers before a big decision. But what if you could transform fear from a roadblock into a stepping stone? The truth is, fear isn't just an obstacle. It can be a powerful catalyst for growth. Learning to harness fear as fuel can unlock your potential and propel you toward success. Understanding fear. Fear often stems from uncertainty, failure, or the unknown. It's a natural response designed to protect us from danger, but in modern life, it often shows up as self-doubt, procrastination, or hesitation. However, fear also signals that you're on the edge of growth. If something scares you, it likely means it matters to you. Recognizing this is the first step in turning fear into fuel. Reframe your fear. Instead of viewing fear as a sign to stop, see it as an opportunity to grow. Fear is a sign that you're stretching beyond your comfort zone, and that's where transformation happens. When you reframe fear as a challenge rather than a threat, you begin to see it as a motivator. Ask yourself, what's the worst that can happen? Often, you'll realize the fear is exaggerated in your mind. Then, shift your focus to the potential rewards. Imagine the growth, learning, or opportunities that lie on the other side of fear. Turn fear into action. The best way to overcome fear is through action. Start small by breaking down intimidating tasks into manageable steps. Each small victory builds momentum and confidence, gradually diminishing fear's hold over you. For example, if you're afraid of public speaking, start by presenting in front of a small, supportive group. As you take these incremental steps, fear transforms into courage. Fear is a teacher. Fear teaches you about your priorities and values. It reveals what truly matters to you, whether it's achieving a goal, protecting relationships, or preserving your self-respect. Listen to what your fear is telling you, and use that insight to align your actions with your goals. Moreover, fear often exposes areas where you need growth. Afraid of failure? It might be time to build resilience. Fearful of rejection? It's an opportunity to strengthen your self-worth. Embrace fear as a guide to areas in your life that deserve attention and development. The power of persistence. Turning fear into fuel requires persistence. It's not about eliminating fear, but learning to move forward despite it. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's action in the presence of fear. Each time you face your fears, you expand your comfort zone and prove to yourself that you're capable of more than you imagined. Conclusion. Fear is inevitable, but it doesn't have to control you. By reframing it, taking small steps, and using it as a teacher, you can turn fear into a force that drives your growth. On the other side of fear lies confidence, success, and self-discovery. Take the leap. Share this message with someone who might need encouragement today. Remember, every great achievement begins with conquering fear. Follow for more tips and motivation to keep moving forward.
Life can often feel like a whirlwind of responsibilities, deadlines, and unexpected challenges in today's fast-paced world. It's easy to feel overwhelmed, as though the chaos is closing in and peace is just out of reach. But here's the good news. Peace isn't the absence of chaos. It's something you can cultivate even in the middle of the storm. It's about finding that quiet center within yourself where clarity and calm reside, no matter what's happening around you. Let's explore how you can find peace in the midst of life's inevitable chaos and use it as a tool for strength, resilience, and growth. When chaos takes over, the first step to finding peace is simply to stop, pause, take a deep breath. In the midst of overwhelming moments, we often react impulsively, which only adds to the stress. By pausing, you create space to process what's happening instead of being swept away by it. Breathing deeply can do wonders for your state of mind. A simple breathing exercise, such as inhaling for 4 counts, holding for 4 counts, and exhaling for 4 counts, can immediately calm your nervous system and help you feel more grounded. One of the greatest sources of stress is trying to control things that are out of our hands. The truth is, life will always have elements of unpredictability and chaos. Instead of exhausting yourself by resisting this reality, focus on what you can control: your thoughts, your actions, and your perspective. Ask yourself, what can I do right now to improve this situation? Even if it's a small step, taking action within your sphere of influence can give you a sense of empowerment and help you regain your footing. Finding peace doesn't necessarily mean retreating to a quiet mountain or a remote beach, though those sound nice. It means creating a sense of stillness within yourself, no matter where you are. This can be achieved through mindfulness practices such as meditation, journaling, or simply sitting in silence for a few minutes each day. When you allow yourself time to be still, you give your mind a chance to reset and refocus. In that stillness, you'll often find clarity and strength you didn't realize you had. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to chaos. When everything feels out of control, focusing on what you're thankful for can shift your perspective and bring a sense of calm. Start a daily gratitude practice by writing down 3 things you're grateful for. These don't have to be big things. Sometimes it's the small joys, like a kind word from a friend or the beauty of a sunset, that remind us there's still goodness in the world. Gratitude helps you focus on the positives, even when life feels overwhelming. Chaos often feels amplified when we cling to perfection. We put pressure on ourselves to have everything under control, to get everything right, to meet every expectation. But life is messy, and perfection is an illusion. Give yourself permission to let go of the need for everything to be perfect. Embrace the idea that doing your best is enough. When you release perfectionism, you free yourself from unnecessary stress and open the door to peace. In the middle of chaos, it's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of tasks and distractions, but not everything deserves your time and energy. Take a step back and identify what truly matters to you. Ask yourself, what are my core values? What's most important to me right now? Use your answers as a guide to focus your energy on the things that align with your priorities. When you direct your efforts toward what's meaningful, you'll find a sense of purpose that helps you stay grounded. Sometimes chaos is simply a matter of perspective. What if, instead of seeing it as overwhelming, you viewed it as an opportunity? Challenges often teach us resilience, adaptability, and creativity. They push us out of our comfort zones and help us grow. Reframing chaos as a chance to learn and evolve can transform how you experience it. Instead of feeling like a victim of your circumstances, you can approach them with curiosity and confidence. You don't have to face chaos alone. Lean on your support system, friends, family, mentors, or even a trusted professional. Sharing your struggles with someone who listens and understands can lighten the emotional load and provide valuable insights. Sometimes, just knowing someone is there for you is enough to bring a sense of peace. Don't hesitate to ask for help when you need it. It's a sign of strength, not weakness. Chaos often disrupts our plans, leaving us frustrated and stressed. But life rarely goes exactly as planned, and that's okay. Embracing flexibility allows you to adapt to changes without losing your sense of peace. When things don't go as expected, remind yourself that it's an opportunity to pivot and discover new possibilities. Flexibility helps you navigate the unpredictable with grace and resilience. For many, finding peace comes from connecting with something greater than themselves. Whether it's faith, spirituality, or a sense of purpose, having a larger framework to guide you can provide comfort and perspective during chaotic times. Reflect on what gives your life meaning and let it be your anchor. Knowing you're part of a bigger picture can help you find peace, even when life feels uncertain. Your physical well-being has a significant impact on your mental and emotional state. When chaos surrounds you, it's easy to neglect self-care, but that's when you need it most. Make sure you're eating nutritious foods, staying hydrated, getting enough sleep, and moving your body regularly. Exercise, in particular, is a great way to release stress and boost your mood. When your body feels good, your mind is better equipped to handle chaos. Amid the chaos, it's important to acknowledge and celebrate the progress you're making, no matter how small. Each step forward, no matter how tiny, is a victory. Celebrating small wins reminds you that you're capable and that progress is happening, even if it feels slow. It's a way to stay motivated and keep your focus on the positive. Finally, remember that finding peace is not a one-time achievement, it's an ongoing practice. Life will always have moments of chaos, but with the right mindset and tools, you can navigate them with calm and confidence. Make a commitment to prioritize peace in your daily life. Whether it's through mindfulness, gratitude, self-care, or reflection, the more you practice, the easier it becomes to find peace, even in the midst of the storm. Chaos is an inevitable part of life, but it doesn't have to define your experience. By pausing, focusing on what you can control, and embracing practices that nurture your inner calm, you can find peace even in the most turbulent times. Remember, peace isn't something you find outside of yourself, it's something you cultivate within. And once you discover that quiet strength inside you, no storm can shake it. You are stronger than you think, and you have everything you need to rise above the chaos and thrive. Take a deep breath. You've got this.
Finding strength in vulnerability. Vulnerability is often misunderstood as a sign of weakness, but in reality, it is one of the greatest strengths a person can have. Embracing vulnerability means acknowledging your imperfections, fears, and uncertainties. And that takes immense courage. When you allow yourself to be vulnerable, you open the door to authentic connections, personal growth, and emotional resilience. One of the most profound ways vulnerability strengthens us is by fostering deeper relationships. It invites trust, empathy, and genuine understanding. By revealing your true self, you create an environment where others feel safe to do the same, resulting in stronger bonds and mutual support. Moreover, vulnerability fuels growth. It pushes you to confront uncomfortable emotions and situations, allowing you to develop emotional strength. Admitting that you don't have all the answers is a necessary step towards self improvement. It frees you from the fear of failure and allows you to learn from your mistakes. Vulnerability also builds resilience. Life will always present challenges, but by embracing your vulnerability, you acknowledge your humanity and accept that it's okay to stumble. Over time, this mindset helps you bounce back from setbacks with more confidence and less fear. In a world that often values invulnerability, true strength lies in embracing who you are, flaws and all. Share your struggles, accept your imperfections, and watch how vulnerability becomes your greatest asset in personal growth and relationships. If this message speaks to you, follow and share for more motivational insights.
Learning from criticism to fuel growth. Criticism is an unavoidable part of life, especially for those who strive to grow, develop new skills, and make meaningful progress. At times, criticism can feel uncomfortable or discouraging, but learning to receive it as a constructive tool can profoundly shape our personal and professional growth. Embracing criticism not only helps us to see areas of improvement, but also encourages resilience, self-awareness, and adaptability. By developing the ability to learn from criticism, we unlock the potential to become the best versions of ourselves. The first step in transforming criticism into fuel for growth is to reframe how we perceive it. Instead of viewing criticism as a personal attack, it is helpful to approach it as an opportunity for learning. Criticism often provides insights that we may not see ourselves and, if accepted with an open mind, can guide us toward our goals more effectively. When we receive feedback, especially from experienced mentors, colleagues, or friends, we gain access to diverse perspectives that can deepen our understanding and refine our approach. Learning to separate constructive criticism from negativity is also essential. Not all criticism is helpful, and distinguishing between feedback that fosters growth and comments that are merely negative is crucial. Constructive criticism is specific, actionable, and aimed at improvement. Recognizing this difference allows us to focus on criticism that matters and not get disheartened by unproductive remarks. With practice, we can develop a mindset that actively seeks constructive feedback and values it as a critical part of the journey. Additionally, accepting criticism builds resilience. Resilience is vital for growth, as it enables us to move forward despite setbacks or challenging feedback. By viewing criticism as a tool rather than a setback, we can become more resilient in the face of difficulties. This shift in mindset empowers us to overcome challenges with a positive outlook, seeing each piece of feedback as a stepping stone rather than an obstacle. Criticism also encourages self-awareness. It can reveal blind spots, areas where we may lack skills or knowledge, and it pushes us to examine our assumptions. Embracing criticism as an opportunity for self-reflection allows us to cultivate a deeper understanding of ourselves, our strengths, and areas for development. Over time, this awareness fosters continuous improvement and propels us toward our aspirations. Ultimately, learning from criticism is about adopting a growth mindset, one that sees every piece of feedback as a chance to improve. By embracing criticism with humility, resilience, and self-awareness, we can transform it into a powerful force for personal and professional growth. How positive thinking shapes your reality. Positive thinking is not just a feel-good concept. It's a transformative mindset that has the power to shape your reality. How you think directly influences how you perceive the world, respond to challenges, and ultimately, the life you build for yourself. By embracing positivity, you create a foundation for resilience, success, and happiness. The science behind positive thinking. Positive thinking doesn't mean ignoring life's challenges or pretending everything is perfect. It's about focusing on solutions, opportunities, and the lessons hidden in adversity. Research shows that positive thinkers are more likely to achieve their goals, maintain better physical health, and build stronger relationships. This happens because optimism rewires the brain to focus on possibilities rather than limitations. When you think positively, you activate the brain's reward centers, releasing feel-good chemicals like dopamine and serotonin. This not only boosts your mood, but also enhances your ability to make better decisions, solve problems, and navigate difficult situations with a clear mind. How positivity shapes your reality. Attracts opportunities. Positivity helps you see possibilities where others see problems. This mindset attracts opportunities because you are more likely to take action and connect with like-minded people. Builds resilience. Life will have its share of setbacks, but a positive outlook equips you to bounce back stronger. You stop seeing failures as permanent and instead view them as stepping stones to growth. Improves relationships. Optimistic individuals tend to inspire and uplift those around them. Positivity fosters empathy and understanding, creating deeper, more meaningful connections. Boosts productivity. A positive attitude keeps your energy high and motivation strong. It helps you stay focused, even when faced with challenges, driving you closer to your goals. How to cultivate positive thinking. Practice gratitude. Reflect on the things you are thankful for daily. Gratitude shifts your focus from what's missing to what's abundant in your life. Surround yourself with positivity. Engage with people and content that inspire and uplift you. Positive energy is contagious. Reframe negative thoughts. When challenges arise, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? Or how can I grow through this experience? Set realistic goals. Celebrate small victories along the way to keep your spirits high and maintain momentum. Conclusion: your thoughts shape your reality, and by choosing positivity, you can create a life filled with joy, resilience, and purpose. Positive thinking doesn't erase challenges, but it gives you the strength and clarity to overcome them. So, why not start today? Choose to see the good, focus on your goals, and let positivity guide you toward the life you've always dreamed of. Share the positivity. If this inspired you, share it with someone who needs a little motivation today. Don't forget to follow for more uplifting content and tips to keep your mindset strong. Life is full of challenges, uncertainties, and unexpected twists. How we respond to these moments defines not only the outcomes we achieve, but also the kind of people we become. At the heart of overcoming adversity lies an essential quality: mental toughness. It's not about being unbreakable or unaffected by struggles. It's about resilience, perseverance, and the ability to keep moving forward no matter what life throws your way. Building mental toughness starts with developing a growth mindset. This means viewing challenges as opportunities to learn and grow rather than as insurmountable obstacles. Failure in this mindset isn't the end, it's a stepping stone. Each setback becomes a lesson that brings you closer to your goals. When you embrace this perspective, you strip fear of its power, and you begin to see adversity as something you can overcome. Another cornerstone of mental toughness is emotional control. Life's pressures can stir up fear, anger, frustration, and doubt, but mentally tough individuals learn to manage these emotions effectively. It's not about suppressing them. It's about acknowledging them and then choosing a constructive response. Practicing mindfulness, journaling, or simply taking a moment to breathe can help you regain focus when emotions threaten to derail you. Discipline and consistency are also vital. Mental toughness isn't built overnight. It's the result of daily effort and intentional habits. Whether it's sticking to a workout plan, pursuing a goal, or maintaining a positive attitude, showing up for yourself every day strengthens your resolve. Each time you push through discomfort or stay committed despite challenges, you reinforce your ability to persevere. A crucial but often overlooked aspect of mental toughness is self-compassion. It's easy to be hard on yourself when things don't go as planned. But being mentally tough doesn't mean being your own harshest critic. It means being your greatest ally. Encourage yourself the way you would a close friend. Celebrate small victories, forgive mistakes, and remind yourself of your strengths. Finally, building mental toughness requires surrounding yourself with supportive people. Whether it's friends, family, or mentors, the right network can lift you up when things get tough and inspire you to keep going. Conversely, distancing yourself from negativity and toxic influences helps protect your mental and emotional energy. Remember, mental toughness is a journey, not a destination. It's the product of small, consistent steps taken over time. Each challenge you face and overcome adds another layer to your strength. With mental toughness, you can turn obstacles into stepping stones and transform your setbacks into setups for success. So, take the first step today. Commit to embracing challenges, managing your emotions, staying disciplined, and believing in your resilience. Remember, you're stronger than you think, and every step forward, no matter how small, is a victory worth celebrating. Thank you for being part of this journey with me. If this message inspires you, please share it, leave a comment on what helps you stay mentally tough, and follow for more motivational content. Let's build our strength together. A light within, in the depths where shadows creep, where doubts arise and fears do seep. There shines a glow, steadfast, bright, a flame of hope, a guiding light. Positivity, a gentle force, that steers us on a brighter course. Through storms and trials, it does prevail. A whisper soft, you shall not fail. It lifts the weary, soothes the soul, transforms the broken, makes them whole. A seed of joy in sorrow's soil, a balm for hearts that life may toil. The morning sun, a promise new, the stars that light the midnight blue. In every corner, near or far, it shows us just how strong we are. In smiles shared, in dreams pursued, in kindness sown, in gratitude, positivity grows, a garden wide, a place where doubts cannot reside. So when the road feels hard and long, and all you have is a fragile song, sing it loud and let it be a melody of positivity. For in this life, where seasons change and fate unfolds its vast, wide range, a hopeful heart, steadfast and true, can shape the world in all we do. Passion and purpose, the ultimate power duo. In the journey of life, few forces are as transformative as passion and purpose. These two elements, when combined, create a powerful synergy that can propel individuals to extraordinary achievements and unparalleled fulfillment. While passion ignites our enthusiasm and energy, purpose channels that energy into meaningful pursuits. Together, they're the ultimate power duo that can turn dreams into reality and transform ordinary lives into extraordinary legacies. Passion, the fuel for success. Passion is the fire within us, the driving force that makes us come alive. It is the deep-seated enthusiasm that energizes us to pursue what we love, often against all odds. Passion gives us the motivation to wake up each day with excitement and determination, whether it's mastering a skill, solving a complex problem, or contributing to a cause that resonates with us. However, passion alone, while invigorating, can sometimes lack direction. Without a clear path, it risks becoming fleeting or unproductive. That's where purpose steps in, giving structure and meaning to our passions. Purpose, the guiding North Star. Purpose is what provides our lives with meaning. It is the reason we do what we do, the why behind our actions. A clear sense of purpose aligns our efforts with a larger goal, allowing us to focus our energy on what truly matters. Purpose not only keeps us grounded, but also inspires resilience, especially in the face of challenges. When passion is combined with purpose, our efforts become more intentional. Instead of merely chasing what feels good, we work towards something that leaves a lasting impact. Purpose turns passion into a vehicle for change, driving us to not only achieve personal goals, but also contribute to the greater good. The synergy of passion and purpose. Together, passion and purpose create a harmonious balance. Passion fuels creativity, energy, and perseverance, while purpose channels these qualities toward meaningful outcomes. For instance, an artist passionate about painting may discover their purpose in using their art to raise awareness about social issues. Similarly, an entrepreneur with a passion for innovation may find purpose in creating solutions that improve lives. This synergy also fosters resilience. When setbacks occur, as they inevitably do, passion reignites our drive, and purpose reminds us why we started in the first place. The combination empowers us to overcome obstacles, adapt, and keep moving forward with unwavering determination. How to harness passion and purpose. Discovering passion and purpose requires introspection. Start by identifying what excites you, what activities make time fly and leave you feeling fulfilled. Then consider how these passions can align with a larger goal or impact. What problems do you care deeply about solving? How can your skills and interests contribute to the lives of others? Surround yourself with people who inspire and challenge you to grow. Seek out opportunities to explore your interests and experiment with new ventures. Be patient with the process, as clarity often unfolds over time through trial and reflection. Conclusion: passion and purpose are the ultimate power duo that can transform not only individual lives, but also the world. When you find what you love and align it with a meaningful cause, you unlock the potential to achieve greatness. Together, passion and purpose enable you to live with joy, resilience, and a sense of fulfillment, leaving a legacy that resonates far beyond your own lifetime.
Check, check. Check one, check two, check. Words are powerful. They can uplift, inspire, and transform or tear down, discourage, and limit. What we speak over ourselves holds the potential to shape our realities and influence the direction of our lives. In this motivational piece, we will explore how the practice of speaking blessings over your life can become a transformative tool, enabling you to unlock your fullest potential and create a life filled with purpose, joy, and success. The power of words. Every word we utter carries energy. When spoken, these words can either nurture our spirit or drain it. Imagine planting a seed in fertile soil. To grow, it needs sunlight, water, and care. Similarly, our dreams and aspirations are like seeds planted within our minds and hearts. They thrive when nourished with positive affirmations and encouragement. Conversely, words of doubt and negativity act as weeds that choke the growth of these seeds. Research has shown that positive self-talk can improve performance, reduce stress, and enhance mental health. When we deliberately choose to speak blessings over our lives, we are actively nurturing the seeds of greatness within us. What does it mean to speak blessings? Speaking blessings over your life means declaring positive truths and affirmations that align with your goals, values, and dreams. It is about claiming the good you desire and believing that it is already within your grasp. This practice transcends mere optimism. It is a spiritual and mental commitment to focus on the positive even when faced with challenges. For example, instead of saying, "I am always unlucky," you declare, "I attract opportunities and abundance." This shift in language not only changes your perspective but also rewires your brain to seek solutions and possibilities. Steps to speak blessings over your life. Identify your desires. Reflect on what you truly want in life. Is it success, health, love, or inner peace? Be clear and specific about your desires. Craft affirmations. Turn your desires into positive present tense statements. For instance, if you seek confidence, say, "I am confident and capable in every situation." Speak with conviction. The key to effective affirmations is belief. Speak your blessings with conviction and emotion. Feel the truth of your words as if they have already manifested. Practice consistently. Make it a daily habit to speak blessings over your life. Repetition helps to reinforce these affirmations in your subconscious mind. Guard your words. Avoid negative self-talk. If you catch yourself speaking unkindly about yourself, immediately counter it with a positive affirmation. Transforming challenges into opportunities. Life is filled with challenges, but the way we respond to them defines our journey. Speaking blessings over your life doesn't mean denying the existence of obstacles. Rather, it equips you with the mindset to overcome them. For example, instead of saying, "This is too hard," declare, "I am resilient, and I find solutions to every challenge." This practice helps you see setbacks as stepping stones and failures as lessons. It shifts your focus from problems to possibilities, enabling you to navigate life with grace and determination. Real-life success stories. Throughout history, countless individuals have harnessed the power of positive speech to transform their lives. Consider Thomas Edison, who faced numerous failures before inventing the light bulb. Instead of dwelling on his setbacks, he declared them as learning experiences. His positive outlook and determination led to one of the most significant inventions in history. In modern times, athletes, entrepreneurs, and artists often attribute their success to positive affirmations and self-belief. Their stories remind us that what we speak over ourselves can become our reality. Blessings for specific areas of life. Health. My body is strong, healthy, and full of vitality. Career. I am successful in my career and constantly growing. Relationships. I attract loving, supportive, and meaningful relationships. Personal growth. I am becoming the best version of myself every day. Financial abundance. Money flows to me easily and effortlessly, and I manage it wisely. Creating a culture of blessings. When we speak blessings over our lives, we also influence those around us. Positivity is contagious. By sharing kind words and encouragement with others, we create a ripple effect that fosters a culture of support and empowerment. Imagine a world where everyone uplifts one another with words of affirmation. Such a culture would transform not just individuals, but entire communities. Faith and speaking blessings. For those who draw strength from spirituality, speaking blessings is deeply rooted in faith. Many religious texts emphasize the power of the tongue to bring life or destruction. By aligning your words with divine promises, you affirm your faith in a higher power and the goodness of life. For example, in Christianity, verses like Proverbs 18:21, "The tongue has the power of life and death," highlight the importance of speaking life-giving words. Regardless of your faith tradition, the principle remains: words hold transformative power. Overcoming doubts and negative patterns. Breaking free from negative thought patterns requires awareness and effort. Start by observing your inner dialogue. Each time you notice negativity creeping in, replace it with a blessing. Surround yourself with people who uplift and inspire you, and engage in practices like meditation and journaling to reinforce positivity. Conclusion. Speaking blessings over your life is a simple yet profound practice that can lead to significant transformation. By choosing your words intentionally and affirming your worth, potential, and purpose, you set the stage for a life filled with abundance and fulfillment. Remember, your words are a reflection of your thoughts and beliefs. Speak blessings and watch as your life aligns with the greatness you declare. The power to transform your life lies within you. Start today and embrace the incredible journey ahead.
There's a common saying, the best time to start was yesterday. The second best time is now. This wisdom holds a powerful truth. Too often, we let opportunities slip by because we're waiting for the right moment. We convince ourselves that tomorrow will be better or that we need more preparation. But here's the secret. The magic lies in taking action now. Taking action now transforms dreams into reality. It's the bridge between where you are and where you want to be. Without action, even the best ideas remain just that, ideas. But when you take the first step, you set a chain reaction into motion. One small effort can lead to opportunities, progress, and breakthroughs you never imagined. The hesitation to act often comes from fear. Fear of failure, fear of the unknown, or fear of not being good enough. But remember, inaction doesn't eliminate fear, it amplifies it. The longer you wait, the more daunting the task becomes. Action, on the other hand, builds momentum. Even if your first step isn't perfect, it's progress, and progress is what leads to success. The magic of taking action now also lies in the clarity it brings. Planning and dreaming are valuable, but they can only take you so far. The real learning happens when you're in the arena, doing the work. When you take action, you discover what works, what doesn't, and what needs adjustment. This clarity is invaluable. It refines your goals and sharpens your focus. Another incredible thing about taking action is how it builds confidence. Every step forward, no matter how small, reinforces the belief that you can do it. Action silences doubt and replaces it with the knowledge that you're capable of achieving more than you thought possible. Taking action also inspires those around you. Your courage to step up and move forward sends a powerful message that it's possible to overcome fear, doubt, and hesitation. You become a source of motivation and a living example of what's achievable through determination and effort. So, what's holding you back? Is it fear, procrastination, or the belief that you're not ready? Let go of those thoughts. You don't have to have everything figured out to start. Begin with what you have, where you are, and watch how the path unfolds. Taking action now doesn't mean doing everything at once. It means starting with one small, meaningful step. Write the first paragraph of that book, make the first call for that business idea, or spend 15 minutes learning that new skill. The key is to start. Remember, the only difference between dreams and reality is action. Every great achievement began with someone deciding to take that first step despite the fear, doubt, or uncertainty. You have that same power. The magic is already within you. It's just waiting for you to act. Thank you for being here and for committing to your growth. If this message resonates with you, please share it, comment on the first step you're taking today, and follow for more motivational content. Let's take action together and create the future we dream of. Why personal growth never stops. Growth is not a one-time event or a destination we reach and then stop. It's a lifelong journey, a continuous process that evolves with each challenge, experience, and opportunity we encounter. Think about it. Growth is the essence of being human. From the moment we're born, we're wired to learn, adapt, and improve. But somewhere along the way, many of us fall into the trap of complacency, believing that once we achieve certain goals, we've arrived. The truth is, personal growth never stops, nor should it. Let me tell you why. The world is always changing. We live in a dynamic, ever-evolving world. New technologies, ideas, and challenges emerge every day. To stay relevant, adaptable, and successful, we must continue to learn and grow. Stopping means falling behind, while growing means staying ahead. Personal growth equips us to face life's uncertainties with resilience, confidence, and purpose. Growth fuels fulfillment. Happiness and fulfillment don't come from staying the same. They come from progress. Think about the last time you achieved something you worked hard for. That sense of pride, accomplishment, and joy, that's the result of growth. Whether it's mastering a new skill, overcoming a fear, or reaching a personal milestone, growth gives life meaning. Challenges are opportunities. Life will always throw obstacles in your path. But here's the beauty. Every challenge is an opportunity for growth. Each setback teaches us lessons that make us stronger and wiser. When you embrace challenges as stepping stones rather than roadblocks, you unlock your true potential. You're capable of more than you know. One of the most powerful truths about personal growth is that it reveals just how much you're capable of. Many of us underestimate our abilities and settle for less than we deserve. But when you push your limits, you discover new strengths, talents, and passions you never knew existed. Growth expands not just your skills, but your belief in yourself. The ripple effect of growth. Your growth doesn't just benefit you, it impacts everyone around you. When you become a better version of yourself, you inspire others to do the same. Whether it's your family, friends, colleagues, or community, your personal growth creates a ripple effect of positivity and progress. How to keep growing? Stay curious. Never stop learning. Read, explore, and ask questions. The more you know, the more you grow. Set new goals. Achieving one goal isn't the end. It's the beginning of a new journey. Always challenge yourself to aim higher. Embrace discomfort. Growth often lies outside your comfort zone. Be willing to take risks and face the unknown. Reflect and adapt. Take time to evaluate your progress. Celebrate your wins. Learn from your losses and keep moving forward. Conclusion. Personal growth is not a destination. It's a lifelong journey. It's about becoming the best version of yourself, one step at a time. Embrace the process, celebrate the progress, and never stop striving for more. Remember, life is not about perfection. It's about progression. Today, I challenge you to take one small step toward your growth. Whether it's reading a book, learning a new skill, or tackling a fear, start now. Because when you grow, everything around you grows too. Let's make personal growth not just a goal, but a way of life. Keep growing, keep thriving, and keep inspiring. Share the inspiration. If this message motivated you, share it with someone who needs a reminder that growth is a lifelong gift. Follow for more insights to fuel your journey of self-improvement. Today, I want to talk about something truly powerful, the courage to be different. In a world that often values fitting in, it takes incredible strength to stand out, to embrace your uniqueness, and to live authentically. Choosing to be different isn't always easy. Sometimes it can feel uncomfortable or even lonely. But remember, the people who truly make an impact, the ones who inspire change, are those who have the courage to break the mold. Being different doesn't mean isolating yourself from others. It means knowing who you are, embracing what makes you unique, and bringing that authenticity into everything you do. It means daring to dream in a way that's true to you, even if others don't fully understand it. When you embrace your individuality, you open doors to new perspectives, relationships, and opportunities that you'd never find by simply following the crowd. Sometimes society tells us there's only one right way to succeed, to look, or to act. But the reality is that our diversity, our unique backgrounds, talents, and passions, is what makes life rich and vibrant. If we all dared to be a little different, imagine the creativity, innovation, and joy we could bring into the world. To all of you reading this, I want you to know that you inspire me. Each of you has something valuable to offer, something that only you can bring to the world. So I challenge you today, be brave, be unapologetically you, and show the world what makes you special. Thank you all for being part of this journey with me. Your support means the world, and it's your courage that motivates me to keep sharing these messages. Please feel free to comment below with your thoughts, and share this post if it resonates with you. Let's continue to inspire each other to be courageously different. Bond. Today, let's dive into a challenge we all face, doubt. That nagging voice that tells us we're not good enough, that we'll fail, or that we shouldn't even try. Doubt is normal. It's a part of the human experience, but it doesn't have to control us. Instead, we can use doubt as fuel, transforming it into determination and a powerful drive to succeed. Doubt often shows up when we're on the edge of something big, a new opportunity, a personal goal, or a challenging dream. That's because doubt is, in a way, a defense mechanism, trying to protect us from the fear of failure or disappointment. But here's the thing. Every time we let doubt win, we miss out on growth, learning, and the chance to surprise ourselves. The real key to growth isn't avoiding doubt. It's facing it head-on and deciding to transform it. Turning doubt into determination starts with a change in perspective. When we feel doubtful, we can choose to see it as a sign of our growth potential. The fact that doubt shows up means we're stretching beyond our comfort zone, which is exactly where growth happens. Rather than seeing doubt as a stop sign, let's see it as a green light, a signal to move forward with even more focus and dedication. Determination comes from trusting the process, even when it feels hard or uncertain. Start by setting small, manageable goals and celebrating each win along the way. These achievements, no matter how small, reinforce our belief in ourselves and chip away at that doubt. By building a track record of small successes, we build the strength and confidence to tackle bigger challenges. It's also essential to surround ourselves with positivity, whether that's people who encourage us, resources that inspire us, or personal reminders of our past successes. Each time we encounter doubt, we can draw strength from those who believe in us and from our own inner resilience. Remember, every successful person we admire has faced doubt at some point. They've learned to turn that doubt into a driving force that pushes them to do more, be more, and keep going when things get tough. Finally, remember to be patient and kind to yourself. Transforming doubt into determination is a journey, and setbacks are just part of the process. With each step forward, no matter how small, you're building mental toughness, resilience, and the grit needed to accomplish your goals. So, next time doubt whispers in your ear, choose to respond with determination. Embrace the challenge, trust in your abilities, and take that step forward. Let your doubts be the spark that ignites your fire, not the shadow that dims your light. Thank you for being part of this journey with me. If this message resonates with you, please feel free to share it, comment on your experiences with overcoming doubt, and follow for more motivational content. Let's keep inspiring each other to turn doubt into determination.
Dominate 2025 Best New Year Motivational Video Speeches Compilation. As the clock resets and a new year begins, 2025 offers us a fresh slate to redefine ourselves, conquer new challenges, and move closer to the life we envision. This year, we are locking in, a phrase that embodies unwavering focus, relentless determination, and the resilience to overcome obstacles. Success doesn't happen by chance, it's the result of deliberate action and a steadfast commitment to goals. Let's explore the steps to lock in and fully prepare for an extraordinary 2025. The first step to success is knowing where you're going. Without a clear vision, you're like a ship without a compass. Take time to reflect. What worked and what didn't in 2024? What lessons can you carry forward? Envision.
The power of words has been with us since the beginning of time. Think about it, everything that exists was first spoken into existence. Whether you believe it spiritually or practically, the truth is that the things we say have the ability to create or destroy. Too often we throw words around without even thinking about the impact they're having. We say things like, I can't do this, or I'm never going to be successful, or this is just the way it is. And every time we say it, we're reinforcing a belief, creating an environment for that negative outcome to thrive. When you constantly speak defeat, what you're really doing is laying down the bricks for a road you don't want to walk on. But that's the road you'll travel because that's what you built with your words. Now flip the script. When you speak words of power, words of victory, you're building a different road. When you wake up and tell yourself, I am capable, you start moving like it. You start thinking like it. Your actions start to align with the belief you're feeding yourself. You see, words are like seeds. Every time you speak, you plant something. And over time, those seeds take root and grow. The question is, what are you growing? Are you planting seeds of doubt, fear, and limitation? Or are you planting seeds of hope, strength, and possibility? When you start speaking blessings, when you start affirming your own greatness, you shift your mindset. And when your mind shifts, your actions follow. People often think they have to wait for their circumstances to change before they start speaking positively. But that's backward. Your circumstances change because you speak differently. You have to declare it before you see it. That's the essence of faith. That's the essence of power. You speak and the universe starts moving on your behalf. Many of us go through life not realizing that we've been speaking negativity over our own situations. It's like we put a curse on ourselves with the things we say. We're quick to point out our flaws, quick to list the reasons we won't succeed, and quick to doubt our abilities. We let our insecurities dictate the words that come out of our mouths, and before we know it, those words have built walls around us, limiting what we believe is possible. When you say things like, "I'll never make it," or "I'm not good enough," you're not just expressing a moment of doubt. You're shaping your reality, locking yourself into a mindset where success feels unreachable. You're giving those negative thoughts permission to take root and grow. It's like placing a barrier in front of yourself that didn't need to be there in the first place. Think about how powerful it would be if you flipped that around. Instead of cursing your life with doubt and fear, you start blessing your life with faith and confidence. When you speak blessings over yourself, you're planting seeds of growth, opportunity, and success. It's about believing in the possibility of something better, even when the current situation looks difficult. Words like "I'm capable" or "I have what it takes" aren't just phrases, they are the beginning of a new path. They open doors you might not have even seen because you were too busy focusing on what wasn't working. The shift begins when you start consciously choosing your words. Instead of talking about what you don't have, focus on what you do. Instead of focusing on your limitations, speak about your strengths. When you bless your life with positive words, you start to attract the things you've been hoping for. Opportunities, ideas, connections, they begin to show up because you've prepared yourself to receive them. And it all starts with the language you use every day. The more you speak blessings over your life, the more natural it becomes. It's like retraining your brain. You'll find that over time, the negative self-talk fades away, and a new voice rises up, a voice that's filled with hope, faith, and determination. You begin to see challenges not as roadblocks, but as stepping stones. You'll start to believe that you can handle whatever comes your way because you've already spoken success over yourself. There's something powerful about recognizing your own worth. So many people go through life waiting for others to tell them they're valuable, waiting for someone else to see their potential. But here's the truth: you can't rely on others to affirm your worth. It's got to come from within. No one knows you better than you know yourself. And no one can define your value except for you. We live in a world where it's easy to feel overlooked, where comparison can rob you of your confidence. You scroll through social media, see what everyone else is doing, and start to feel like you're not enough. Like somehow you don't measure up. But you've got to shut that noise out. Your worth is not determined by likes, followers, or someone else's opinion. It's not measured by your job title, your bank account, or even by your past mistakes. Your worth is intrinsic. Every day you have to wake up and remind yourself of that. You have to look in the mirror and affirm that you are deserving of good things, that you have something unique to offer this world. You can't wait for someone to give you permission to believe in yourself. The world will often try to tell you that you're not enough, that you don't have what it takes, but you have to push back against that. You have to speak over your own life, saying, "I am worthy of love, success, and happiness. I deserve to be here." Affirming your worth isn't about being arrogant or thinking you're better than anyone else. It's about recognizing that you have value simply because you exist. It's about knowing that you have a purpose and that your presence matters. When you affirm your worth, you stop seeking external validation. You stop chasing after things that don't serve you because you know you're already enough just as you are. You see, when you don't affirm your own worth, you leave the door open for doubt and insecurity to creep in. You start settling for less than what you deserve because deep down, you don't believe you're worthy of more. But when you stand firm in your own value, you raise the standard for how you allow yourself to be treated. for the opportunities you pursue, and for the life you choose to live. You start attracting things that are in alignment with who you truly are because you've already decided that you are worthy of the best. It's a mindset shift. And it starts with the words you speak to yourself. You've got to treat yourself with kindness and respect. When you affirm your worth, you begin to see the ripple effect it has on every area of your life. Your relationships improve, your work improves, and your sense of peace grows because you're no longer battling against feelings of inadequacy. You know your worth, and you carry that with you every step of the way. Far too many people are waiting for someone else to validate their dreams, waiting for the world to tell them it's okay to step into their greatness. But let me tell you something, you don't need anyone's permission to be who you're destined to be. You don't need approval, you don't need a stamp of acceptance, and you definitely don't need someone to give you the green light to chase after what's meant for you. The only person who can truly hold you back is you. You see, we often look for permission because we've been conditioned to think that our dreams need to be recognized by others to be real. We want someone else to tell us that it's the right time, that we're ready, that we're qualified. But life doesn't work like that. If you keep waiting for someone to open the door for you, you might be waiting forever. Sometimes you've got to kick the door down yourself. Think about it, how many times have you had a great idea, a vision for your life, but you hesitated because you didn't think you were ready? Or maybe you were waiting for someone to say, yes, you're good enough. The truth is, if you wait for that moment of external validation, you'll miss countless opportunities. Because the world isn't always going to see your potential right away. They may not understand your vision, but that's not their job. It's yours. You're the one who has to believe in it first. You don't need to wait for the perfect circumstances or the perfect moment to take action. There's no need to wait until you feel 100% prepared because guess what? That feeling might never come. Success doesn't require perfection, it requires boldness. It requires the courage to step out before everything is perfectly aligned. You don't need permission to start, you need the determination to continue even when things aren't easy. When you give yourself permission, you take control of your life. You decide what's possible for you, and you stop looking to others to define your limits. This world will always try to box you in to tell you what you can and cannot do. But when you realize that you don't need anyone else's approval, you start living life on your own terms. You start taking risks. You start pursuing those dreams that have been tugging at your heart for years. And in doing so, you set yourself free. There's a powerful shift that happens when you stop asking for permission. Suddenly you move through the world with a sense of purpose. You stop second-guessing yourself, and you start trusting that you already have what it takes. You realize that the only validation you need is your own belief in yourself. Once you give yourself that permission, doors will begin to open that you never even knew existed. When you stop waiting for someone to tell you it's your time, you create your own timing. You give yourself the space to grow, to make mistakes, to learn, and to ultimately succeed. You take ownership of your life, and that's where real power lies. The way you talk to yourself, the words you choose to describe your life, your goals, your circumstances, those words shape your reality. You may not even realize it, but your life is following the language you're using. Every word that comes out of your mouth has a direction attached to it. When you say things like, I can't, I'll never, or it's too hard, you are essentially setting up roadblocks for yourself. You're putting limits on what you believe is possible, and your actions will naturally follow that belief. Our minds are incredibly powerful. They absorb what we say and internalize it. If you constantly speak negativity or doubt, you're training your mind to expect failure, to expect resistance. You're priming yourself to live in a way that matches those words. When you tell yourself, I'm not good enough, guess what happens? You start acting like you're not good enough. You pass up opportunities, you settle for less, you don't push yourself because deep down you've already convinced yourself that you won't make it. But when you flip that around, when you start speaking positively, when you start affirming your abilities, your mind begins to shift. Instead of seeing barriers, you start to see possibilities. Instead of shrinking in the face of challenges, you find the strength to face them head on. Words are like fuel. They can either drive you forward or keep you stuck in place. Life isn't just something that happens to you. It's something you actively shape. And a lot of that shaping happens through your words. If you want your life to move in a certain direction, you've got to speak it into existence. You've got to talk like the person you want to become, even before you fully feel like that person. This isn't just about optimism or wishful thinking. It's about aligning your language with your vision for your life. If you want success, you have to speak like you're ready for it. If you want change, you have to speak like it's already in motion. When you talk about your future, are you speaking hope or defeat? Are you saying, one day I'll make it, or I don't think it's possible? Those small shifts in language can make a huge difference. You see, your words influence your mindset, and your mindset influences your actions. If you speak from a place of doubt, your actions will reflect hesitation, fear, and reluctance. But if you speak from a place of confidence and expectation, your actions will follow suit with boldness, courage, and persistence. The words you use don't just affect how you see the world, they affect how the world sees you. When you speak with conviction, people respond to you differently. Opportunities show up because you've opened the door with your words. You're no longer carrying the energy of someone who's unsure or defeated. You're carrying the energy of someone who believes in their purpose. That energy attracts the things you've been seeking. It creates momentum. Life is constantly responding to the language you're using. If you want more out of life, if you want to rise above where you are right now, you have to speak it first. Words aren't just sounds, they're signals, they're intentions. Every word you speak is sending out a message about what you're willing to accept and what you're ready to pursue. When you start speaking life over yourself, over your dreams, over your future, you give those dreams permission to grow. You give yourself permission to succeed. Resilience doesn't just come from enduring hardship, it comes from the mindset you cultivate while going through it. It's about what you tell yourself in those moments when life knocks you down. Everyone faces obstacles, there's no escaping that. But what separates those who overcome from those who stay stuck is how they talk to themselves in the face of adversity. When you use affirmations, you're not denying the difficulty of the situation, but you're reminding yourself that you are bigger than whatever you're facing. Life can throw punches. Some hit harder than others. You might face setbacks in your career, struggles in relationships, or battles with your own self-worth. In those moments, it's easy to feel defeated. But when you've built a habit of speaking affirmations over yourself, you give yourself the strength to stand back up. It's about choosing to speak power and possibility even when everything around you looks impossible. Affirmations aren't just positive thinking, they are declarations that shape your inner world. When you say, I am strong, you're not just saying words, you're planting seeds of resilience within yourself. You're reinforcing the belief that no matter what happens, you have the capacity to endure and overcome. It's like building an internal shield. The more you affirm your strength, your ability, and your worth, the more resilient you become because you're consistently reminding yourself of what you're capable of. When challenges arise, your immediate reaction might be to doubt yourself or feel overwhelmed. But if you've already laid the groundwork with affirmations, you'll have a foundation to stand on. Instead of succumbing to fear or despair, you can tell yourself, I've been here before and I made it through. I'll make it through again. These affirmations become your inner compass, guiding you through the storm and reminding you of your own power when you need it most. The beauty of affirmations is that they can be both proactive and reactive. Proactively, you can use them to strengthen yourself before the challenges come. You can wake up every morning and say, I am capable, I am worthy, I am prepared. And those words will sink in, preparing you for whatever the day may bring. Then, when life throws you a curveball, you're already in a position of strength because you've been speaking resilience into your life day after day. Reactively, Affirmations become a lifeline when you're in the middle of hardship. When everything feels like it's falling apart, when you're tempted to give up, that's when you speak louder. I am resilient. I can overcome this. You take those affirmations and turn them into a mantra. In doing so, you train your mind to focus on solutions rather than problems, on what's possible instead of what's lost. Resilience isn't just about toughness, it's about flexibility. It's about bending but not breaking, and affirmations help you maintain that balance. By constantly reinforcing your inner strength, you become more adaptable to life's challenges. You learn that even if you don't have control over the situation, you always have control over your response. You can choose to affirm that you're going to find a way through, no matter what. When life tests you, affirmations keep you centered. They remind you that no situation is permanent and that your power lies in how you respond. Over time, this builds a deep sense of confidence, not just in the good times, but in the hard times as well. You begin to trust yourself more, knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. And that's the essence of resilience, the unwavering belief that no matter how many times you fall, you have the strength to rise again. By continually affirming your strength, perseverance, and ability to grow, you build the emotional and mental fortitude necessary to thrive, not just survive. You shift your mindset from one of endurance to one of empowerment. You're not just getting through difficulties, you're growing through them. You're coming out the other side not only intact, but stronger, wiser, and more self-assured because you've affirmed throughout the journey that you are capable of not just surviving, but thriving. Faith in words is about understanding that what you say has a profound impact on your life. It's not just about saying positive things for the sake of it. It's about truly believing in the power of your words to shape your reality. Words are more than mere expressions. They're powerful forces that can influence your actions, shape your mindset, and ultimately dictate your outcomes. When you speak with faith, you're not just hoping for the best, you're embedding that hope into the fabric of your daily life. Each word carries an intention, and when you speak with conviction, you're setting the stage for those intentions to manifest. It's about aligning your language with your vision for your life and trusting that this alignment will bring about change. For example, when you declare, "I will succeed," you're not merely making a statement, you're planting a seed of possibility. This affirmation influences your thoughts, guiding them towards solutions and opportunities rather than obstacles and failures. Your belief in your words starts to affect your actions. You approach challenges with a mindset that success is not just possible, but inevitable. You become more proactive, more resilient, and more focused on achieving your goals because you've already spoken success into your existence. Faith in words also means embracing the idea that the act of speaking positively is not just about influencing others, but about influencing yourself. When you consistently use affirmations and positive language, you reinforce a mindset that can overcome adversity. This doesn't mean you ignore reality or pretend everything is perfect, but rather that you choose to focus on the potential for growth and success rather than the barriers and limitations. The real magic happens when you combine faith in your words with action. Believing in the power of your words doesn't mean that things will simply fall into place without effort. It means that your words give you a framework to work within. They guide your actions and decisions, making it easier for you to move in the direction of your goals. When you have faith in your words, you're more likely to take the necessary steps to make those words a reality because you believe in their power to shape your path. Moreover, faith in words extends to how you talk about others and how you talk about the world. When you speak positively about people and situations, you're creating a ripple effect. Your language can uplift, motivate, and inspire those around you. This doesn't just make a difference in their lives, it enhances your own. By spreading positivity and encouragement, you foster an environment where positive outcomes are more likely to occur. It's important to remember that faith in words also involves patience and persistence. The effects of your language might not be immediately visible, but that doesn't mean they aren't working. Building faith in your words is a gradual process. It's about trusting that your positive affirmations and beliefs are setting things into motion, even if you can't see the results right away. The core faith in words lies in the belief that you have the power to influence your destiny through the way you speak. Your words are not just reflections of your thoughts, but are instrumental in shaping those thoughts into reality. When you truly believe that what you say matters, you start to speak with intention and purpose. Your words become a tool for creating the life you want, rather than a reflection of the life you fear. In essence, having faith in your words means understanding that your language is a powerful ally in the journey towards your goals. It's about recognizing that each time you speak, you're casting a vote for the kind of life you want to live. When you align your words with your vision and believe in their power, you harness a force that can transform your reality. This faith empowers you to act with conviction, to pursue your dreams with confidence, and to shape a future that reflects the true potential of your spoken intentions. Doubt and fear are powerful emotions, and if left unchecked, they can paralyze you, holding you back from reaching your potential. Everyone faces them at some point, but the key is learning how to fight them, because if you don't, they will control your life. These emotions are often rooted in uncertainty and the unknown, but here's the truth: doubt and fear are only as strong as the power you give them. They thrive when you feed them, but they shrink when you confront them with determination and action. Doubt tends to creep in when you're about to step out of your comfort zone. It whispers in your ear. What if you fail, or what if you're not good enough? It makes you question your abilities, your dreams, and your worth. But doubt isn't based on fact, it's based on fear of the unknown. It's an internal barrier you place between yourself and the life you want to live. The first step in fighting doubt is recognizing that it's a natural part of growth. Whenever you're on the edge of something new, something meaningful, doubt will try to talk you out of it. But the fact that it shows up means you're moving in the right direction. To fight doubt, you have to replace it with confidence. Confidence doesn't mean you have all the answers or that you won't make mistakes. Confidence means trusting yourself to figure things out as you go. It's about believing that no matter what happens, you have the resilience to keep moving forward. You build confidence by taking small steps, by proving to yourself that you can handle more than you think. With each step, doubt loses its grip because you're showing yourself what's possible. Fear, on the other hand, often shows up when you're facing the unknown or when you're about to do something that matters. Fear can be a loud voice in your head, reminding you of all the ways things could go wrong. It amplifies your insecurities and magnifies the risks. But the thing about fear is that it's often an illusion. Most of the things we fear never actually happen. Fear is a product of your mind trying to protect you, but in doing so, it can keep you small. Fighting fear requires courage, not the absence of fear, but the decision to act in spite of it. It's about taking a leap even when you feel scared, about pushing forward when every part of you wants to hold back. Fear loses its power when you face it head on. The more you confront what scares you, the more you realize that you're capable of handling whatever comes your way. It's through action that you break free from fear's hold. One of the most effective ways to fight doubt and fear is to shift your focus. Instead of dwelling on what could go wrong, start focusing on what could go right. Instead of letting your mind get stuck on all the reasons you might fail, remind yourself of the reasons you're capable of succeeding. Your mind is powerful. It will believe whatever you feed it. So if you fill your thoughts with doubt and fear, that's what will grow. But if you replace those thoughts with faith and determination, you'll build a mindset that's ready to overcome obstacles. Doubt and fear also thrive in isolation. When you keep your dreams and struggles to yourself, it's easy to get lost in a spiral of negative thoughts. But when you reach out to others, when you share your fears, your doubts, and your challenges, you'll often find that you're not alone. Surrounding yourself with people who believe in you can help you push past the mental blocks that doubt and fear create. Sometimes all it takes is a word of encouragement from someone else to remind you of your strength. Another critical aspect of fighting doubt and fear is taking control of your inner dialogue. You have to be mindful of how you talk to yourself, because the words you use can either build you up or tear you down. When doubt creeps in, don't let it take root. Counter it with affirmations, with reminders of your capabilities and past successes. When fear arises, don't let it control your actions. Remind yourself that you faced challenges before and you've come out stronger on the other side. Your inner dialogue is the battlefield where doubt and fear are either defeated or allowed to thrive. It's also important to recognize that doubt and fear don't completely disappear, they evolve as you grow. The fears you had years ago may no longer bother you, but new ones can arise as you reach for bigger goals. The key is to not let them stop you. Every time you fight through doubt and fear, you become stronger, more resilient, and more capable of taking on bigger challenges. You build a mental toughness that allows you to navigate uncertainty with confidence, knowing that you have what it takes to keep moving forward. Ultimately, fighting doubt and fear is about making a choice to believe in yourself, to push forward despite the uncertainty, and to trust that you're capable of more than you know. Every time you choose to fight, every time you take a step in the face of fear, you gain power over it. You begin to realize that the only thing standing between you and your goals isn't the doubt or the fear itself, it's whether or not you decide to keep moving forward despite it. Focusing on your destiny means directing your energy and efforts toward the vision you have for your life, the purpose that resonates with you at a deep level. It's about understanding that you have a unique path to follow and committing yourself to walk that path with intention and determination. This isn't just about setting goals, it's about aligning your actions, thoughts, and decisions with the greater vision of who you are meant to become. To focus on your destiny, you first need to gain clarity about what that destiny is. It's about digging deep within yourself to uncover what truly matters to you, what brings you joy, and what you feel passionate about. This involves introspection and self-discovery, asking yourself questions about your values, your interests, and your dreams. It's important to identify what your true calling is, beyond societal expectations or external pressures. When you understand what drives you and what you are meant to achieve, you can start to align your daily life with that vision. Once you have a clear sense of your destiny, it's crucial to set purposeful goals that are aligned with that vision. These goals should not only be about achieving specific outcomes, but also about creating a path that leads you toward fulfilling your larger purpose. Your goals should reflect your deepest aspirations and should push you to grow and develop in ways that are meaningful to you. Every step you take should bring you closer to realizing your true potential and purpose. Staying focused on your destiny requires discipline and resilience. The journey will be filled with obstacles, distractions, and setbacks. There will be times when you may feel like giving up or when it seems easier to settle for less. However, keeping your eyes on your ultimate goal helps you to stay motivated and persistent. It's about maintaining your commitment to your vision, even when things get tough. And it involves cultivating a mindset that is both optimistic and determined. One of the biggest challenges in focusing on your destiny is avoiding the pitfalls of comparison and external validation. It's easy to get sidetracked by what others are doing or by seeking approval from people around you. But focusing on your destiny means staying true to your own path rather than measuring your success against others. It's about understanding that your journey is unique and that your value isn't determined by external factors or societal benchmarks. Moreover, focusing on your destiny means making conscious choices that reflect your vision. It involves prioritizing your time and energy toward activities and relationships that support your goals. It's about setting boundaries, saying no to distractions, and being intentional with how you spend your days. Every choice you make should be a step toward fulfilling your purpose, and every action should be aligned with your vision for your life. Another key aspect is maintaining a positive mindset. Believing in your destiny requires confidence in yourself and your abilities. It's about trusting that you have the skills, knowledge, and resilience to achieve your goals. Positive thinking helps you overcome challenges and setbacks with a constructive attitude. It encourages you to view obstacles as opportunities for growth rather than as insurmountable barriers. Additionally, focusing on your destiny involves continuous self-improvement. As you progress along your path, you'll learn more about yourself and your purpose. Embrace this learning process and be open to evolving your vision as needed. Personal growth is a crucial part of achieving your destiny, and it often requires you to step outside of your comfort zone and challenge yourself. Your environment also plays a role in focusing on your destiny. Surround yourself with people who support and uplift you, who believe in your vision, and who encourage you to stay true to your path. Positive influences can provide motivation and accountability, helping you to stay focused on your goals. Conversely, distance yourself from negative influences or those who undermine your confidence and distract you from your purpose. Ultimately, focusing on your destiny is about living intentionally and purposefully. It's about making choices that are in alignment with your deepest values and aspirations. It requires dedication, patience, and a willingness to persevere through difficulties. By keeping your focus on your destiny, you create a life that is not only fulfilling, but also deeply aligned with who you truly are and what you are meant to achieve. This focus transforms challenges into stepping stones and ensures that every effort you make is moving you closer to realizing your true potential and purpose. Believing that the best is yet to come is about adopting an optimistic mindset that the future holds greater potential and opportunities than the present moment. It's a mindset that encourages you to look forward with hope and excitement rather than settling into complacency or dwelling on past disappointments. This belief is not just about wishful thinking, it's about a fundamental understanding that growth, progress, and improvement are ongoing processes. When you embrace the idea that the best is yet to come, you are essentially affirming that your current situation is not the final chapter of your story. You're acknowledging that there are always new possibilities, new experiences, and new achievements awaiting you. This perspective allows you to view challenges and setbacks not as dead ends, but as stepping stones toward greater success and fulfillment. One of the core aspects of believing that the best is yet to come is maintaining a forward-thinking attitude. Instead of focusing on what's lacking in your current life or getting bogged down by past failures, you shift your focus to what could be. This involves setting new goals, pursuing new passions, and being open to new opportunities. By doing so, you actively create a sense of anticipation and excitement for the future, which can drive you to take positive actions and make meaningful changes. This belief also encourages resilience and persistence. When you truly believe that better days are ahead, you're more likely to push through difficulties and keep moving forward, despite obstacles. Knowing that the best is yet to come gives you the strength to persevere through tough times because you have a vision of a brighter future that keeps you motivated. It provides a sense of purpose and direction, helping you to overcome challenges with the confidence that your efforts will lead to something better. Additionally, the belief that the best is yet to come involves cultivating a sense of gratitude for the present while still holding on to the hope of future growth. It's about appreciating what you have now, recognizing your current blessings and achievements, but also maintaining a vision of what's possible. This balance of gratitude and anticipation creates a positive mindset that can enhance your overall well-being and satisfaction with life. Believing that the best is yet to come also means being open to change and willing to embrace new experiences. It requires you to let go of limiting beliefs and be open to the idea that there are always new possibilities for growth and success. This openness allows you to explore new paths, take risks, and step out of your comfort zone, knowing that each new experience brings you closer to your best self and your fullest potential. Moreover, this belief can be a powerful tool for overcoming self-doubt and fear. When you are confident that the best is yet to come, you are less likely to be held back by fears of failure or inadequacy. Instead of letting these fears dictate your actions, you're driven by the hope and promise of a better future. This positive outlook helps you to take bold steps toward your goals and embrace opportunities with enthusiasm. Another important aspect of this belief is the impact it can have on your relationships and interactions with others. When you approach life with the mindset that the best is yet to come, you exude positivity and optimism, which can inspire and uplift those around you. This energy can attract like-minded individuals and create a supportive environment where everyone is motivated to pursue their dreams and aspirations. Finally, embracing the idea that the best is yet to come involves a commitment to personal growth and self-improvement It's about continually striving to be better, to learn more, and to grow as a person. This commitment ensures that you are always evolving and reaching for new heights, making the journey toward your best self a dynamic and fulfilling experience. In essence, believing that the best is yet to come is about maintaining hope, optimism, and a proactive attitude toward the future. It's about recognizing that your current circumstances are not the end of your journey, but rather a starting point for even greater achievements and experiences. This belief fuels your motivation, resilience, and enthusiasm for life, allowing you to navigate challenges with confidence and to embrace the future with excitement and anticipation. In closing, remember that the belief that the best is yet to come isn't just about waiting for a brighter future. It's about actively shaping that future with every choice you make and every step you take. Embrace the journey with hope, knowing that each day brings new opportunities and possibilities. Let this belief fuel your passion, guide your actions, and inspire you to keep moving forward with unwavering confidence. Your greatest achievements, your most fulfilling experiences, and your most profound growth are all waiting for you just around the corner. So keep your eyes on the horizon, hold on to your vision, and trust that the best is indeed yet to come. The future holds endless potential, and you have the power to make it extraordinary. Let this belief be the driving force that propels you toward a life filled with promise, joy, and unparalleled success. Ladies and gentlemen, every day life offers you two choices: to remain where you are or to rise just a little higher. That 1% improvement may seem small, insignificant even, but over time it's the difference between standing still and achieving greatness. You don't need to leap miles at once just to step forward, just a little better than you were yesterday. Let me tell you something: nobody wakes up and suddenly finds themselves at the top. It's the small, consistent actions, the grind day after day, that turn you into the person you're meant to be. Each day is an opportunity, and each challenge is a chance to sharpen your mind, refine your skills, and grow your spirit. When you think about success, it's easy to imagine big, dramatic changes, a moment that transforms everything. But the truth is, real success isn't built on grand gestures. It's built on consistency, on showing up every single day, doing the work, and staying committed even when no one's watching. It's not the single moment that changes your life. It's the repeated actions, the habits you form, and the effort you put in over time. Consistency doesn't always feel glamorous. In fact, it can be downright difficult. There will be days when you don't feel like pushing yourself, when the goal seems too far away or the progress too slow. But that's exactly when consistency matters most. It's easy to work hard when you're feeling motivated and energized, but what separates the great from the average is the ability to keep going when the excitement fades. Every day you show up and give your best, even when it feels like nothing's changing, you're planting the seeds of future success. Each small action, each step forward builds momentum. It's like a snowball rolling downhill, small at first, but with each turn it picks up speed, growing larger and more powerful. There's a quiet power in consistency. It doesn't shout or demand attention, but over time it delivers results that are impossible to ignore. You don't have to take giant leaps forward every day, just keep moving. Keep pushing yourself to improve, even if it's just by a little bit. It's easy to get caught up in the idea that progress has to be monumental, that you need to take giant leaps to make real change. But the truth is, it's the small steps that hold the most power. Each tiny action you take, no matter how insignificant it may seem at the time, adds up over days, weeks, months, and eventually transforms your life. Think about it, nobody builds a house in a single day. It starts with laying one brick, then another, until eventually you've built something solid. The same principle applies to your personal growth and improvement. Every time you put in a little more effort, learn a little more, or take on a small challenge, you're laying the foundation for something greater. These small actions compound over time, creating a momentum that eventually leads to remarkable results. Small steps also help break down big. intimidating goals. When you look at a mountain from the bottom, it can seem impossible to climb. But if you focus on just taking the next step and then the next, suddenly that impossible mountain becomes a series of achievable moments. You don't have to conquer it all at once, you just need to keep moving forward. Another beauty of small steps is that they're sustainable. Grand, sweeping changes often burn out quickly because they require so much energy up front. But small improvements, they're manageable, something you can do every day. And as you continue to take those steps, they become habits. And habits, once ingrained, make success inevitable. The key is to recognize that even though the change may be slow, even though the steps are small, they are still moving you in the right direction. You might not see the results immediately, but trust that they're coming. Every day, from the moment you wake up, you're faced with choices. Some are big, some are small, but each decision plays a part in shaping who you are and the direction your life is heading. It's easy to overlook the power of these daily choices, especially when they seem routine or insignificant, but over time, they accumulate and define the person you become. Think about it, the choice to wake up early and start your day with purpose, or to hit the snooze button and drift back into sleep. It might seem like a small decision in the moment, but it sets the tone for the rest of the day. The decision to invest time in learning something new, or to scroll mindlessly through your phone, is more than just a passing moment. It's a reflection of your priorities and how much you value growth. These choices may seem inconsequential on their own, but when repeated day after day, they become habits, and habits form the foundation of your life. You are the sum of your decisions. If you consistently choose to take the easier path, to avoid challenges or discomfort over time, those choices will limit your potential. But if you make the deliberate choice to push yourself, to seek growth, and to embrace challenges, even in the smallest ways, you begin to reshape your character, your mindset, and ultimately your future. The beauty of daily choices is that you have control over them. No matter where you are in life, no matter what challenges you're facing, every day is an opportunity to make decisions that align with the person you want to become. It doesn't mean you need to overhaul your entire life in one day. It means making the conscious decision to be just a little better today than you were yesterday. Each decision acts as a vote for the person you want to be. Are you voting for discipline or procrastination? For growth or stagnation? For health or neglect? These decisions might seem small in isolation, but over time they define your path. Success is often romanticized as something that happens quickly, a sudden breakthrough or a stroke of luck that transforms your life overnight. But the truth is far different. Real success is a slow, deliberate process, one that requires patience, perseverance, and the willingness to put in the work day after day, often without seeing immediate results. It's a journey, not a destination, and the road is long, winding, and sometimes difficult to navigate. The notion that success takes time is one that many struggle with, especially in a world where instant gratification is the norm. We're conditioned to expect quick rewards, immediate feedback, and fast results. But true, lasting success doesn't operate on those terms. It's built slowly, brick by brick, with each effort you make contributing to the larger structure. It's not about one big moment of triumph, but about the accumulation of many small victories along the way. One of the key reasons why success takes time is because it involves growth. Growth, by its nature, is a gradual process. You don't become an expert overnight, and you don't build something great in a day. You have to learn, fail, adapt, and refine your approach over time. Each setback is an opportunity to learn, and each step forward brings you closer to your goal. This process can't be rushed. It requires you to be patient with yourself, to trust the process, and to understand that each day of effort is a necessary part of the journey. There's also a deeper transformation that happens when you pursue success over time. It's not just about achieving external goals, it's about becoming the kind of person who can achieve them. Along the way, you develop discipline, resilience, and the strength to keep going when things get tough. This inner growth is just as important as the outward achievements, and it's something that can only happen through time and experience. Success also takes time because real achievements require solid foundations. If you build something too quickly without the necessary groundwork, it's likely to collapse when faced with challenges. But if you take the time to build a strong foundation, whether it's in your career, your relationships, or your personal growth, what you create will be able to withstand setbacks and continue to grow. Lastly, the time it takes to achieve success allows you to appreciate the journey. When you work hard for something over a long period, the success you eventually achieve holds more meaning. It's not just about the end result, it's about everything you learned along the way, the person you became in the process, and the obstacles you overcame. That's what makes success truly rewarding. Challenges are an inevitable part of life, but how you respond to them determines the course of your journey. It's natural to shy away from difficulties, to seek the path of least resistance. But if you truly want to grow, to become stronger, and to reach new heights, you have to learn to embrace those challenges, not run from them. It's through the struggles, the moments of doubt, and the obstacles you face that you build resilience, character, and a deeper understanding of your own capabilities. Challenges force you out of your comfort zone. When everything is easy, you can fall into routines and habits that don't push you to improve. But when you're confronted with a challenge, it demands that you dig deeper, that you find new ways to solve problems, and that you tap into strengths you didn't even know you had. This is where true growth happens, in the midst of difficulty, when you're forced to stretch beyond what you thought was possible. Facing challenges head-on also teaches you valuable lessons that success alone cannot provide. When you fail, when you struggle, and when you stumble, you gain insights that are crucial for future success. Each challenge presents an opportunity to learn something new about yourself and the world around you. It's not the challenge itself that defines you, but how you respond to it. Do you retreat, or do you rise to meet it? Do you let it defeat you, or do you use it as fuel to become stronger? Another reason to embrace challenges is that they build resilience. Life will always have its ups and downs, and being able to bounce back from setbacks is key to long-term success. Every time you overcome a challenge, you prove to yourself that you can handle adversity. This mental toughness becomes a core part of who you are, allowing you to face future obstacles with greater confidence and less fear. Challenges also help you develop a mindset of persistence. Success rarely comes from a straight, unbroken line of progress. It comes from persistence through setbacks, through failures, and through the moments when everything seems to be going wrong. When you embrace challenges, you are training yourself to keep going, even when things get tough. You learn that setbacks are not the end of the road, but a necessary part of the journey. Finally, challenges reveal your true potential. It's easy to underestimate what you're capable of when you've never been tested. But when you're pushed to your limits, when you're forced to confront something difficult, you often find that you're stronger, smarter, and more resourceful than you ever imagined. Challenges unlock that potential, showing you what you can achieve when you refuse to give up. Commitment to the grind is one of the most important mindsets you can adopt if you want to achieve anything meaningful in life. The grind is the everyday work, the relentless, sometimes monotonous effort that doesn't always come with immediate rewards or recognition. It's about showing up, putting in the hours, and doing the work even when it feels like nothing is changing, even when you're tired, even when it's hard. The grind isn't glamorous. It's not the part of success that people often talk about or celebrate. But behind every achievement, every breakthrough, and every victory, there's always a long stretch of grinding, of working in silence, of pushing through setbacks, of persisting when others might have quit. The grind is the foundation of success. And without it, the results you seek will never materialize. What makes committing to the grind so powerful is that it separates those who merely want success from those who are willing to do what it takes to earn it. Many people dream of achieving great things, but few are willing to endure the slow, often painful process required to get there. The grind demands sacrifice. It demands discipline. It asks you to give up short-term comfort in exchange for long-term rewards. Committing to the grind also means embracing the discomfort that comes with growth. Improvement rarely happens in moments of ease. It happens when you push yourself beyond your limits, when you're willing to fail, and when you keep going despite obstacles. The grind teaches you discipline because it requires you to take action even when motivation fades. Motivation comes and goes, but discipline keeps you moving forward. When you're committed to the grind, you develop the habit of doing what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel in the moment. The grind is where you earn your strength. Each day you show up and put in the work, you're building resilience. You're developing the ability to keep going, even when the results are slow to come, even when progress seems invisible. Over time, the effort you invest compounds like drops of water that eventually wear away even the hardest rock. It may feel slow at first, but every bit of effort is adding up, creating a momentum that eventually leads to breakthroughs. Committing to the grind is also about embracing the long-term vision. It's easy to get discouraged when you don't see immediate results. But the grind teaches you to trust the process, to keep moving forward, knowing that success takes time. Each day you commit to the work, you're planting seeds that will grow in the future. The key is to keep watering those seeds, even when you don't see them sprout right away. The grind is the ultimate test of patience, faith, and perseverance. In the grind, you also learn the value of consistency. It's not about occasional bursts of effort, but about showing up every day, putting in the hours, and repeating the process over and over again. Consistency compounds over time. And it's often the most consistent workers, the ones who commit to the grind, who eventually stand out. When you stay committed to the grind, you separate yourself from those who give up at the first sign of difficulty. You become someone who doesn't just talk about goals, but actually works toward them day in and day out. Committing to the grind isn't just about external success, it's about building character. The grind shapes you into a person of integrity, someone who values hard work, persistence, and the long game. It forces you to develop a mindset that doesn't rely on immediate gratification, but instead focuses on the process of growth. You learn to appreciate the journey as much as the destination because you understand that the grind is where true transformation happens. In a world that often celebrates speed and instant results, the idea of taking shortcuts can be tempting. It's natural to want to get where you're going faster, to skip the hard parts, and to find the quickest path to success. But the reality is there are no shortcuts. Success, real and lasting success, cannot be rushed or circumvented. It requires time, effort, and dedication to the process. When you try to take shortcuts, you might save time in the moment, but you end up cutting corners in ways that matter most. Shortcuts often lead to incomplete work, gaps in knowledge, and a lack of true understanding. They may seem like a quicker route to the top, but what you gain in speed, you lose in depth. You might reach the destination faster, but you won't be fully prepared to stay there. Shortcuts rob you of the full learning experience. Every step in the journey, every challenge you face, and every bit of effort you put in is there for a reason. Each moment teaches you something valuable, whether it's about the craft you're working on, the skills you're developing, or the mindset you need to succeed. When you skip parts of the process, you miss out on these crucial lessons. You may achieve short-term gains, but in the long run, your lack of foundation will show. The hard work, the grind, the moments of doubt and struggle, these are not obstacles to be avoided, but opportunities to be embraced. They are the experiences that shape you, that make you stronger, and that prepare you for the challenges ahead. When you resist the temptation of shortcuts and choose to go through the process fully, you build the resilience, discipline, and knowledge needed to sustain success. Success built on shortcuts is fragile. It may look solid from the outside, but it lacks the strength to endure. Without putting in the necessary work, you won't have the deep understanding or the mastery needed to handle the inevitable obstacles that come your way. Shortcuts give the illusion of progress, but they fail to prepare you for the long game. They don't build the endurance, perseverance, or tenacity that true success requires. taking the long road, or on the other hand, builds a foundation that can support your goals over time. It teaches you patience, persistence, and the value of incremental progress. Each step, no matter how small or difficult, is an investment in your future success. When you embrace the process without looking for shortcuts, you ensure that you're not just reaching your goals, but that you're equipped to maintain and grow beyond them. There's a reason why the most successful people in any field are those who have put in years of effort. They didn't skip steps or cut corners. They committed to mastering their craft, to learning from their mistakes, and to refining their skills over time. They understood that the road to success is long and challenging, but that each step along the way is necessary. Shortcuts can also rob you of the sense of pride and accomplishment that comes from truly earning your success. There's something deeply satisfying about knowing that you've worked for something, that you've put in the effort and overcome the challenges. When you achieve your goals through hard work, the victory is sweeter, the success more meaningful. It becomes more than just an end result. It becomes a testament to your perseverance and dedication in the pursuit of long-term success. The process is as important as the outcome. The discipline you develop, the skills you hone, and the lessons you learn along the way are what ultimately sustain you. There's no substitute for the growth that happens when you commit fully to the journey. Shortcuts might seem appealing, but they rob you of this essential development. They cheat you out of the person you could become if you embrace the challenges, learned the lessons, and did the work. The most fulfilling successes are those that are earned, step by step, through dedication, effort, and resilience. There are no shortcuts to true greatness. The path may be long, but it's in walking that path fully that you gain the wisdom, strength, and experience to not only achieve your goals, but to excel beyond them. Building a legacy is about creating something that lasts beyond your lifetime, something that reflects your values, passions, and contributions to the world. It's not just about achieving personal success, but about leaving a mark that impacts others and endures over time. Building a legacy requires vision, commitment, and a sense of purpose that goes beyond immediate gains. To build a legacy, you first need to define what matters most to you. This involves identifying your core values, your passions, and the causes you care deeply about. It's about understanding what you want to be remembered for and how you want to influence the world. Your legacy is a reflection of who you are and what you stand for, and it begins with a clear sense of direction and purpose. Once you've defined your vision, it's about translating that vision into actions. Building a legacy isn't a passive endeavor. It requires active effort and consistent dedication. It's about setting goals that align with your values and working tirelessly to achieve them. Whether you're making contributions to your community, advancing your profession, or creating something new, each action should be a step towards creating the impact you desire. Creating a lasting legacy also involves making a positive impact on others. It's not just about what you achieve for yourself, but how you uplift and inspire those around you. This could mean mentoring others, sharing your knowledge and experiences, or dedicating time and resources to causes that benefit others. By investing in people and fostering positive change, you extend the reach of your legacy beyond your own achievements. Your legacy is also built through resilience and perseverance. It's about enduring through challenges and staying committed to your vision, even when the path gets tough. Building something meaningful often involves overcoming obstacles and setbacks, but it's in these moments that your true character is forged. By facing adversity with determination, you demonstrate the strength and resolve that will be remembered long after you're gone. Another crucial aspect of building a legacy is continuity. It's not enough to create something impactful. You need to ensure that it continues to thrive and evolve. This might involve passing on your knowledge, establishing structures that support your vision, or inspiring others to carry on your work. A true legacy is one that grows and adapts over time, carried forward by those who follow in your footsteps. Building a legacy also means being mindful of the long-term effects of your actions. Consider how your decisions and contributions will impact future generations. It's about thinking beyond immediate results and focusing on the enduring value of your work. By creating something that stands the test of time, you ensure that your impact is felt for years to come. Ultimately, building a legacy is about leaving a positive imprint on the world. It's about creating something that adds value, inspires others, and contributes to the greater good. It requires dedication, vision, and a willingness to put in the effort necessary to achieve something lasting. When you focus on creating a meaningful legacy, you transform your efforts into something that endures, influencing and inspiring others long after you've gone. The concept of being better than yesterday is about continual personal growth and self-improvement. It's a mindset that focuses on incremental progress, striving to make each day a bit better than the last. This approach is grounded in the belief that perfection is not an achievable state, but rather a journey of constant development and refinement. Every day presents an opportunity to improve. It's easy to get caught up in long-term goals and the pursuit of grand achievements, but the real power lies in the small daily actions that contribute to your overall growth. By focusing on being better than yesterday, you break down your larger goals into manageable daily improvements. It's about making a conscious effort to be a little more productive, a little more disciplined, a little more compassionate, or a little more knowledgeable than you were the day before. One of the key benefits of this mindset is that it fosters a culture of continuous learning. When you commit to being better than yesterday, you're always seeking ways to learn and grow. This might involve acquiring new skills, expanding your knowledge, or simply reflecting on your experiences to understand how you can improve. The process of continuous learning ensures that you're always evolving, staying relevant, and adapting to new challenges. Being better than yesterday also encourages a focus on self-awareness. To improve, you need to recognize your strengths and weaknesses, understand your goals, and assess your progress. This self-awareness helps you identify areas where you can make incremental improvements and provides motivation to strive for better outcomes. By regularly evaluating yourself and setting small, achievable goals, you maintain a clear sense of direction and purpose. Embracing this mindset also means learning from your mistakes. Instead of seeing failures as setbacks, view them as opportunities to grow. Every mistake provides valuable lessons and insights into how you can do things differently. By acknowledging these lessons and making adjustments, you ensure that each failure contributes to your development rather than holding you back. This approach transforms challenges into stepping stones for progress. Another important aspect of being better than yesterday is consistency. It's not about making dramatic changes all at once, but about making steady, incremental improvements. Consistency in your efforts builds momentum and leads to significant progress over time. Small, daily improvements may not seem significant in the short term, but they accumulate to create substantial change. By staying committed to continuous improvement, you build habits that drive long-term success. Additionally, this mindset fosters resilience. When you're focused on being better than yesterday, you're less likely to be discouraged by setbacks or obstacles. Instead of viewing these challenges as insurmountable, you see them as part of the process of growth. This resilience enables you to persevere through difficulties, maintain a positive outlook, and stay motivated in the face of adversity. Being better than yesterday also involves setting personal benchmarks. These benchmarks provide a way to measure your progress and celebrate your achievements. By setting realistic, incremental goals, you create a roadmap for improvement and maintain a sense of accomplishment as you reach each milestone. These benchmarks help keep you motivated and provide a sense of direction as you strive for continuous growth. Ultimately, the concept of being better than yesterday is about adopting a mindset of perpetual improvement. It's about embracing the idea that personal growth is a lifelong journey, not a destination. By focusing on daily improvements, learning from your experiences, and remaining committed to consistent progress, you cultivate a habit of self-betterment that drives both personal and professional success. Celebrating small wins is an essential practice for maintaining motivation and fostering a positive mindset throughout your journey toward larger goals. Small wins are the incremental achievements and progress that might seem minor in isolation, but collectively build momentum and drive. Recognizing and celebrating these victories helps you stay engaged, reinforces positive behavior, and boosts overall morale. Every significant accomplishment is made up of a series of smaller achievements. By focusing on these smaller victories, you create a sense of progress and accomplishment that keeps you motivated. It's easy to overlook these small milestones in the quest for larger goals, but acknowledging them is crucial for maintaining enthusiasm and momentum. Each small win is a step closer to your ultimate objective and a sign that you're moving in the right direction. Celebrating small wins also helps to build confidence. Each time you achieve a small goal, it reinforces your belief in your ability to succeed. This growing confidence fuels further efforts and encourages you to tackle even bigger challenges. When you recognize and reward yourself for these incremental successes, you reinforce the positive behaviors and habits that lead to continued progress. Furthermore, celebrating small wins enhances your resilience. The journey to achieving significant goals is often long and challenging, filled with obstacles and setbacks. By taking the time to celebrate small victories, you maintain a positive outlook and a sense of accomplishment even when progress seems slow. These celebrations provide a psychological boost, helping you stay resilient and committed to your larger goals despite any difficulties you may encounter. Another benefit of acknowledging small wins is that it fosters a sense of satisfaction and joy. The process of working toward a significant goal can be arduous, and it's easy to become disheartened if you only focus on the end result. Celebrating small wins adds moments of joy and recognition along the way, making the journey more enjoyable and less daunting. It transforms the process from a series of tasks into a series of achievements worth celebrating. Recognizing small wins also helps to create a culture of progress and continuous improvement. When you and those around you celebrate small victories, it encourages an environment where achievements are acknowledged and valued. This positive reinforcement cultivates a mindset of growth and progress, where each success, no matter how small, is seen as a building block toward larger goals. Incorporating celebrations for small wins into your routine can also help with goal setting and planning. By breaking down larger goals into smaller, manageable milestones, you create a roadmap for achievement. Each milestone reached is an opportunity to celebrate and reflect on progress. This approach makes large goals seem more attainable and provides clear markers of success along the way. Finally, celebrating small wins reinforces the idea that success is a journey, not just a destination. It shifts the focus from solely achieving the end goal to appreciating the process and the incremental progress made. This perspective helps you stay engaged and motivated, recognizing that every step forward, no matter how small, contributes to the overall success. By valuing and celebrating these small wins, you create a positive feedback loop that fuels continued effort and perseverance. In closing, remember that the journey to achieving great things is paved with countless small victories. Each step, each accomplishment, no matter how minor it may seem, is a testament to your progress and your dedication. By celebrating these small wins, you not only recognize the hard work and effort you've put in, but also build the momentum needed to keep moving forward. So, as you continue on your path, take the time to acknowledge and celebrate your achievements, however small they may be. These moments of recognition are not just rewards, they are vital milestones that keep you motivated, build your confidence, and remind you of the progress you're making. Embrace each small win as a powerful step toward your larger goals and a reflection of your journey. In doing so, you'll find that the pursuit of your dreams becomes not just a destination to reach, but a series of meaningful moments that inspire and drive you. Keep celebrating those small victories and let them fuel your passion and perseverance as you continue to strive for greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something that can change your entire day, maybe even your entire life. You've got a choice to make the moment you open your eyes in the morning. You can choose how you're going to greet the world. And I say, start your day with joy. Not with worry, not with complaints, not with dread, but with joy. Every day when you wake up, You have the power to decide how you're going to feel. The world will keep moving with or without you, and life's challenges will show up whether you like it or not. But the one thing you can control, no matter what, is your attitude. And choosing joy is one of the most powerful decisions you can make. Joy isn't dependent on your circumstances. It doesn't require everything to be perfect. In fact, most of the time, joy comes in spite of the imperfections, in spite of the difficulties. It's about taking control of your mindset no matter what's going on around you. Think about it. How many times have you let a bad morning spill over into your whole day? You stub your toe, you spill your coffee, and suddenly everything feels like it's falling apart. But what if you decided right then and there that none of that could shake your joy? When you choose joy, you're saying to the world, I won't let external things dictate how I feel the traffic jam on the way to work. That won't steal your joy. The unexpected bills. They might stress you out, but they don't get to touch your joy. It's not about pretending problems don't exist. It's about facing them with a different mindset. Choosing joy is about being intentional. It's about training your mind to focus on the good, even when it feels like the bad is weighing heavily on your shoulders. You see, there's always something to be grateful for. Sometimes it's as simple as the fact that you woke up this morning, that you have air in your lungs, or that you have another day to make things right. When you focus on those things, you make room for joy to grow in your heart. And the more you practice this, the easier it gets. It's like working out a muscle. At first, it may feel unnatural. You might have to force a smile or remind yourself to find something to be thankful for. But over time, choosing joy becomes second nature. It becomes the way you live. Choosing joy doesn't mean ignoring the hard times. It doesn't mean pretending life is perfect. It means deciding that no matter what happens, you will not let anything steal the peace and happiness that comes from within. Joy is an internal compass that guides you even when life tries to pull you off course. And the beautiful thing about joy, it's contagious. When you choose joy, you're not just changing your day, you're changing the energy you bring into the world. The people around you will feel it. They'll be inspired by it. When you walk into a room with a heart full of joy, you lift everyone up with you. So when life gets tough, and it will remember, you always have a choice. You can choose to dwell on what's wrong, or you can choose to find the light. Start with joy and everything else will follow. Joy isn't something that just happens to you. It's not something you stumble upon like a lucky break or a fleeting moment of happiness. Joy is deeper than that. It's a mindset, a way of thinking and living that comes from within. When you make the decision to embrace joy, you're deciding to live your life from a place of positivity no matter what's happening around you. We often think joy is tied to external things, success, money, relationships, or material possessions. But if joy is dependent on those things, it will always be temporary. The truth is, those things can come and go. They're unpredictable, just like life itself. But a joyful mindset, that's something no one can take from you. It's not about waiting for the stars to align or for everything to be perfect. It's about saying, I choose to see the good. I choose to find joy in the little moments. When you shift your mindset to one of joy, you start to see the world differently. The things that once stressed you out don't seem as heavy. The obstacles you face don't feel insurmountable. That's because joy allows you to see beyond the moment. It's not about ignoring reality or living in denial. It's about seeing things through a lens of hope and possibility. This mindset isn't just something that appears overnight. It's a conscious decision you make every single day. It's waking up and telling yourself, today I will focus on the positive. Today I will find joy in the journey, not just the destination. It's a practice, and like any other practice, it takes effort. But over time, it becomes your default way of thinking. And here's the thing, joy doesn't mean you won't feel pain, sadness, or frustration. Those emotions are a part of life. But when joy is your mindset, you don't get stuck there. You acknowledge those feelings, but you don't let them consume you. You recognize that they're temporary And you know that joy will return because it's rooted in something deeper than your circumstances. Joy as a mindset is about resilience. It's about bouncing back from the tough moments because you believe that life has more to offer. You trust that there's good in the world, even when it's hard to see. You know that joy isn't about being constantly happy, it's about being grounded in something that lasts. When you embrace joy as a mindset, it shifts the way you approach everything: your work, your relationships, your personal growth. Instead of seeing problems as roadblocks, you see them as opportunities to learn and grow. Instead of letting criticism bring you down, you see it as a chance to improve. Instead of focusing on what's missing, you appreciate what you have. This doesn't just change how you feel, it changes how you act, how you speak, and how you move through the world. It's important to understand that joy as a mindset is a form of strength. It's easy to let the hardships of life pull you into negativity. It's easy to complain, to blame, and to feel defeated. But joy takes strength. It takes courage to say, I will not let this break me. I will not let this define me. Choosing joy is an act of defiance against negativity and despair. It's standing firm in the belief that you can rise above no matter what. And when joy becomes your mindset, it starts to spill over into every area of your life. It shapes how you treat others, how you react to challenges, and how you view the world. You become a person who is not easily shaken, not because life is always perfect, but because you've chosen to approach it with a mindset of joy. Gratitude is the foundation of joy. It's the fuel that keeps the flame of joy burning, even in the darkest times. You see, joy doesn't just come from what you have, it comes from appreciating what you have. It's about recognizing the blessings in your life, no matter how big or small. When you take the time to be grateful, you're shifting your focus from what's lacking to what's already present, and that's where joy begins to grow. Gratitude changes your perspective. So many of us spend our days chasing more success, more money, more recognition, believing that once we achieve those things, joy will follow. But joy doesn't come from constantly wanting what's next. It comes from appreciating what you have right now. When you take a moment to say, I'm thankful for this, you're opening the door for joy to step in. It's about shifting your mindset from scarcity to abundance, from focusing on what you don't have to truly seeing the gifts right in front of you. This doesn't mean that you should ignore your goals or stop striving for improvement. But gratitude keeps you grounded along the way. It reminds you that while you're reaching for the next level, there's beauty and goodness in the present moment. It reminds you that joy is available to you right now if you choose to see it. Even on your toughest days when nothing seems to be going your way, gratitude can shift the entire tone of your day. You might be facing challenges, but if you can find even one thing to be grateful for, you'll notice how your spirit lifts. Gratitude also brings awareness to the small things, the things we often overlook in our busy lives. We're so used to rushing from one task to the next that we forget to stop and appreciate the little moments. The sound of laughter, a warm meal, a kind word from a friend. These are all sources of joy if we take the time to notice them. Gratitude teaches us to slow down and really see the goodness in our lives. And the more we practice it, the more we realize just how much we have to be thankful for. What's powerful about gratitude is that it's a choice. You don't have to wait for life to hand you something extraordinary to feel thankful. Gratitude is about looking at what's in front of you right now and choosing to acknowledge its value. It's about saying, this moment, this experience, this opportunity, I'm thankful for it. Even in the midst of struggle, you can find something to be grateful for. Maybe it's the lesson you're learning, the strength you're gaining, or the support of the people around you. When you cultivate gratitude, you're training your mind to focus on the positive, which in turn generates more joy. The things that once seemed like burdens can start to feel like blessings. The difficulties in your life become opportunities for growth, and the small victories become reasons to celebrate. Gratitude transforms how you see the world, and in doing so, it transforms how you experience joy. Another thing about gratitude is that it connects you to others. When you're grateful, you recognize the impact of the people in your life. You see how others have contributed to your success, your happiness, and your well-being. That sense of connection deepens your joy because it reminds you that you're not alone. When you express gratitude to those around you, you're not only lifting yourself up, but you're also lifting them up. Gratitude creates a ripple effect of joy that extends far beyond yourself. Gratitude also brings you into the present moment. So often we're either dwelling on the past or worrying about the future, and in doing so, we miss out on the joy that exists right now. Gratitude pulls you back into the here and now. It's a reminder that no matter what happened before or what's coming next, there's something in this moment to be thankful for. And when you're fully present, joy can flourish. This is why gratitude is so powerful. It keeps you grounded in what really matters. It reminds you that life is filled with blessings, even when it feels difficult. It reminds you that joy isn't something you have to chase. It's something you can create by simply being thankful for what's already yours. Gratitude doesn't just make you happier, it makes you more resilient. It gives you the strength to face life's challenges because it keeps you rooted in a sense of abundance rather than lack. In the end, gratitude is the key that unlocks the door to joy. When you make it a daily practice to reflect on your blessings, joy will naturally follow. The two are deeply intertwined. Gratitude feeds your soul, and in turn, joy springs from that nourishment. Every moment of gratitude is a step toward living a more joyful, fulfilled life. Life is full of ups and downs, twists and turns, moments of triumph, and times of struggle. No matter who you are or where you come from, challenges will come. That's the one thing you can count on. There will be days when things don't go your way, moments when you feel like you're being pushed to the limit. But here's the truth: challenges are part of the journey, and they are not the end of the story. They don't define you, but how you respond to them does. It's easy to feel overwhelmed when difficulties arise. The weight of responsibility, setbacks, or failures can make you want to give up, to retreat into frustration or despair. But challenges, while uncomfortable, are also opportunities in disguise. They are moments that test your strength, your perseverance, and your faith. And every time you rise to meet a challenge, you come out stronger on the other side. Think about it for a second. If everything in life was easy, how would we grow? How would we learn? It's in those tough times when you're faced with obstacles that you discover what you're truly capable of. Challenges push you to dig deeper, to find a resilience you didn't even know you had. They force you to get creative, to adapt, and to find new ways of doing things. When things don't go according to plan, that's when your character is built. That's when you grow. But in the moment, challenges can feel overwhelming. Sometimes it feels like you're being hit from all sides and there's no way out. That's when it's important to take a step back, breathe, and remember that challenges are temporary. Nothing stays the same forever. What you're going through right now won't last forever, even though it might feel like it. The storm will pass, and when it does, you'll see that you're still standing. You'll see that you've come out of it wiser and stronger than before. It's also important to understand that challenges don't come to defeat you, they come to teach you. Every challenge carries a lesson, even if it's hard to see at the time. Maybe it's teaching you patience or showing you how to be more resilient. Maybe it's pushing you to step outside your comfort zone or helping you develop skills you didn't realize you needed. When you start looking at challenges as teachers, you begin to shift your perspective. Instead of feeling like the world is against you, you start to see that these difficult moments are shaping you into the person you're meant to become. One of the hardest parts about facing challenges is the uncertainty. When things go wrong, it's natural to feel like you've lost control. You don't know how long the struggle will last or what the outcome will be. But even in that uncertainty, there's power. Challenges remind us that we can't control everything, but we can control how we respond. You may not be able to change your circumstances immediately, but you always have a choice about how you show up in the face of difficulty. You can choose to let the challenge defeat you, or you can choose to rise above it. Another thing to remember is that challenges don't isolate you. Everyone faces hardship. We all go through tough times, and while it might feel like you're alone in your struggle, the truth is, others have been where you are now. They've faced their own battles, and they've come out the other side. In fact, many of the people we admire, most those who seem strong, successful, and joyful, have faced enormous challenges. The difference is they didn't let those challenges define them. They used those moments of hardship as stepping stones to something greater. Challenges also reveal the importance of community. When you're struggling, it's easy to isolate yourself, to feel like you have to carry the weight of the world on your own shoulders. But challenges are often a reminder that it's okay to ask for help. Lean on the people who care about you, the ones who can offer you support and perspective. No one has to face life's difficulties alone. And sometimes in reaching out, you not only find strength for yourself, but you also give others the opportunity to show their love and care. There's also something powerful about reflecting on the challenges you've already overcome. Think back to a time when you faced something difficult, something you weren't sure you'd get through. But here you are on the other side of it. Those moments serve as proof that you're capable of overcoming, that you have the strength to face whatever comes next. Each challenge you overcome becomes a part of your story, a chapter in your journey that shows just how resilient you are. The truth is, challenges are unavoidable, but they are also necessary. They are part of the process that shapes us into who we are meant to be. They are there to refine us, to sharpen our focus, and to push us toward our highest potential. Without challenges, life would be stagnant. There would be no growth, no change, no evolution. It's through the difficulties that we find our true power, that we learn to dig deep and discover the greatness within ourselves. And even though it's hard to see it in the moment, every challenge carries within it the seeds of possibility. That setback could be the very thing that sets you on a new path, one that leads to even greater success and fulfillment. That failure might teach you something invaluable, something that will help you in ways you can't even imagine right now. It's all part of the journey, and every step, no matter how difficult, is moving you closer to where you're meant to be. Joy is more than just a feeling. It's a powerful force that can completely transform your energy. When joy is at the core of how you live, it radiates outward, influencing everything you do, every interaction you have, and every challenge you face. It's a shift that goes beyond your thoughts or emotions. Joy changes the very way you carry yourself, the way you move through the world. Think about how you feel when you're genuinely joyful. Your body feels lighter, your mood brighter, and your outlook on life more optimistic. That shift isn't just internal, it affects how you approach each day. When joy is present, it propels you forward with a sense of purpose and positivity that others can feel. It's as if your whole being becomes aligned with something greater, something uplifting, something contagious. When joy transforms your energy, it impacts the way you work. Tasks that once seemed daunting become opportunities rather than burdens. You approach your responsibilities with a sense of enthusiasm and creativity that you might not have otherwise tapped into. That's because joy fuels your passion. When you're joyful, your energy is abundant, and you're more willing to give your all. Whether it's a big project at work, a small task at home, or a personal goal you've been working on, joy elevates your effort. It turns obligation into inspiration. Your interactions with others are also transformed when you come from a place of joy. People can sense it when you're joyful. It's an energy that draws them in. You'll find that your conversations are more positive, your relationships more fulfilling, and your connections deeper. Why? Because joy is contagious. It's hard to be around someone who's genuinely joyful and not feel uplifted yourself. Joy transforms your energy in a way that makes you a source of light for others. You're not just taking care of yourself, you're spreading that positive energy to everyone you meet. A smile, a kind word, a moment of laughter, all of these are expressions of joy that can change someone's entire day. Joy also transforms the energy you bring to challenges. Life doesn't stop throwing curveballs just because you've chosen joy, but joy shifts the way you face them. When difficulties arise, a joyful heart sees them as temporary setbacks, not permanent roadblocks. The energy of joy gives you resilience. You face challenges with optimism, not because everything is perfect, but because you believe you have the strength to overcome them. You meet adversity with the knowledge that it's just another step in your growth, and that in the end, joy will still be there waiting for you on the other side. This transformed energy is especially important in difficult times. When everything seems to be going wrong, joy becomes a powerful tool for keeping you grounded. Instead of letting the weight of problems pull you down, joy lifts you up. It provides you with the emotional fuel you need to keep going, even when things are tough. When you're joyful, you have an internal reservoir of energy that doesn't run out as quickly. You're able to maintain your focus, keep your spirit high, and continue pushing forward, even when the road gets rough. Joy also transforms the way you see yourself. It shifts your inner dialogue. Instead of focusing on your limitations, you start to see your potential. Instead of dwelling on what's missing or what's wrong, you focus on what's possible. That kind of self-talk is powerful because it changes your entire energy. You carry yourself differently when you believe in your own potential. You stand taller, you speak with more confidence, and you act with more conviction. Joy brings with it a sense of self-assurance because it aligns you with the best version of yourself. It reminds you that no matter what, you're capable of living a life filled with purpose and meaning. Joy doesn't just stop at your physical energy, it transforms your mental and emotional energy too. When joy is present, your mind is clearer. You're able to focus on what really matters because joy cuts through the noise of worry, fear, and doubt. Your mental energy becomes more productive, more creative, and more solution-oriented. Instead of being weighed down by overthinking, you find yourself open to new ideas, new approaches, and new ways of looking at things. Joy unlocks your mental potential in ways that stress and negativity never can. Emotionally, joy acts as a stabilizer. Life can be unpredictable, and emotions can fluctuate from one moment to the next. But when joy is at the center of your energy, it creates a sense of emotional stability. You're less likely to be thrown off course by minor setbacks or external circumstances. Joy becomes a kind of emotional anchor that keeps you steady in the storm. It doesn't mean you won't feel sadness, anger, or frustration, but it does mean those emotions won't define you. Joy keeps you connected to a deeper sense of well-being, even when emotions are running high. When you live in joy, your energy becomes magnetic. Opportunities seem to come your way more easily, not because the world has suddenly become perfect, but because your joyful energy attracts them. People are drawn to those who carry a sense of joy, whether in personal or professional settings. Joy opens doors, creates new possibilities, and brings about opportunities for growth and success. The energy you project becomes a reflection of the joy you've chosen to cultivate, and that energy naturally brings good things into your life. And finally, joy transforms your spiritual energy. It connects you to something bigger than yourself. Whether you find joy through faith, through nature, through service, or through personal reflection, it brings you closer to a sense of purpose. That connection strengthens your spirit and gives you a sense of peace, even when the world feels chaotic. Joy reminds you that there's more to life than just getting by. There's meaning, there's purpose, and there's something greater at work. When joy transforms your spiritual energy, it fills your life with a sense of direction and fulfillment that goes beyond the surface level. In the end, joy is more than just a fleeting emotion. It's an energy that reshapes every part of who you are. It flows through your actions, your words, your relationships, and your sense of self. When you embrace joy, it transforms your entire being, and that transformation affects everyone and everything around you. Joy is one of those rare forces that spreads effortlessly from one person to another. It's magnetic, pulling others into its orbit without needing to try. When you're filled with joy, it radiates outward and people can feel it. They see it in your smile, they hear it in your voice, and they sense it in your presence. Joy has the power to lift the spirits of those around you, sometimes without you even realizing it. It's contagious because it transcends words. Joy is an energy that moves through people, touching everyone it encounters. Imagine walking into a room where everyone is stressed, burdened, or frustrated. The atmosphere feels heavy, and people are caught up in their own thoughts and worries, but then someone enters the room with joy. They might not even say much, but their very presence shifts the dynamic. Maybe it's their lightheartedness, their warmth, or just the ease with which they carry themselves. Whatever it is, it spreads. Slowly, others begin to relax. Laughter bubbles up, conversations become more positive, and the entire mood changes. That's the power of joy. It's infectious. This doesn't mean that joy ignores the reality of difficult situations, but what it does is provide a counterbalance to the weight of negativity. When you carry joy within you, it becomes a tool for changing the atmosphere around you. You can walk into a challenging situation, and instead of being swallowed up by the negativity, your joy becomes a source of strength for others. It helps people see that even in tough times, there's still room for light, hope, and positivity. Joy is contagious because it taps into something universal. Everyone deep down wants to feel good. We're all drawn to experiences that lift us up, that make us feel seen and valued. Joy does that in a way that words sometimes can't. It reminds people of what's possible. It shows them that even when life is tough, there's still beauty, there's still hope, and there's still a reason to smile. When you're joyful, you're giving others permission to feel joy too. You're showing them that it's okay to let go of the heaviness, even if just for a moment. Think about the last time someone's joy impacted you. Maybe it was a stranger who held the door open for you with a big smile, or a friend whose laughter was so infectious that you couldn't help but laugh along. Joy creates a ripple effect. It starts with one person and then spreads from one to another like waves in a pond. Before you know it, that small spark of joy has lit up an entire group of people, lifting their spirits and changing the course of their day. One of the reasons joy is so contagious is because it breaks down barriers. In a world where we're often guarded or focused on our own struggles, joy cuts through the noise. It brings people together, bridging divides that might otherwise seem impossible to cross. When someone is joyful, it disarms the tension in the room. It makes it easier to connect, to share, and to relate. People feel more open, more willing to engage, and more willing to let down their guard. Joy, in this way, becomes a unifying force. And it's not just emotional, it's physical too. Scientists have shown that emotions like joy and happiness can trigger the release of endorphins, the body's natural feel-good chemicals. When you're joyful, those around you can feel it on a biological level. Their mood lifts, their stress reduces, and they begin to mirror the positive energy you're giving off. That's why laughter is so contagious. Once one person starts laughing, it's hard for others not to join in. The joy becomes shared, and everyone benefits from it. What's powerful about joy being contagious is that it doesn't require effort. You don't have to force it. You don't have to try to spread joy. It happens naturally. When you live in joy, when it's part of who you are, people are drawn to it. They want to be around you because your energy makes them feel good. Your joy becomes a source of light that helps others see the world in a more positive way. And the best part is, the more joy you give, the more joy you receive. It's a cycle that feeds itself. As you spread joy to others, their joy reflects back to you, amplifying the positive energy in every interaction. Joy is also contagious because it creates an atmosphere of possibility. When people feel joyful, they're more open to new ideas, to collaboration, and to growth. They're more likely to believe that things can improve, that challenges can be overcome, and that better days are ahead. Joy lifts the ceiling on what's possible. It encourages creativity, innovation, and problem solving because it frees people from the weight of negativity. In a joyful environment, people are energized and empowered to do their best work, to bring their best selves to the table. This contagious nature of joy also extends beyond individual interactions. It can affect entire communities. When joy is present in a group, it becomes a shared experience that strengthens bonds and fosters a sense of belonging. Teams work better together when there's joy in the mix. Families grow closer when joy is at the center of their relationships. Communities thrive when joy is a part of their culture. Joy has the power to create environments where people feel supported, valued, and connected. And in those environments, amazing things can happen. In challenging times, joy is even more powerful. It becomes a beacon of hope that reminds people not to give up. When you bring joy into tough situations, it doesn't just lift your own spirits, it lifts those around you. It gives people the strength to keep going, to keep pushing forward, even when things are hard. Joy reminds everyone that there's still light, even in the darkest of moments, and that no matter how difficult things get, there's always a reason to hope. Joy is contagious because it taps into the essence of what makes us human. We all crave connection, we all want to feel good, and we all long for moments of lightness in the midst of life's challenges. When you live with joy, you're not just changing your own life, you're changing the lives of those around you. You're giving them a gift, a reminder that joy is possible, that it's within reach, and that it's something worth sharing. The more you spread joy, the more it multiplies, creating a world that's brighter, kinder, and more connected. Starting your day by speaking joy over it is a powerful practice. Words have energy. They carry weight, and they have the ability to shape the direction of your day before it even begins. When you wake up and intentionally choose to speak joy into your day, you're setting the tone for everything that follows. It's like laying down a foundation of positivity, optimism, and light that will guide you through whatever the day holds. Speaking joy over your day isn't just about being optimistic or pretending everything will be perfect. It's about making a conscious choice to acknowledge that joy is possible, no matter what circumstances you face. It's about deciding right from the start that you have the power to influence how you feel and how you approach the day ahead. When you declare joy over your day, you're affirming that no matter what happens, whether it's a success or a setback, you will find moments of peace, contentment, and happiness. The words you speak are like seeds. When you speak joy into your day, you're planting seeds of positivity, hope, and gratitude that will grow and bloom as the hours pass. You're setting your mind and heart on a path that looks for the good, that finds reasons to smile, that seeks out opportunities to uplift yourself and others. By speaking joy into your day, you're programming your mind to focus on what's uplifting rather than what's draining, on what's possible rather than what's challenging. It's easy to overlook the importance of the words we use. We often think of our day as something that just happens to us, something we react to rather than something we have any control over. But the truth is, the way you speak about your day can shape your perspective and your experience. If you wake up dreading what's ahead, talking about how hard it's going to be or how tired you are, you're already setting yourself up for a difficult day. But if you speak joy into your day, you're giving yourself a head start. You're choosing to focus on the positive, to look for moments of happiness, and to find reasons to feel good. This doesn't mean that speaking joy over your day will eliminate every challenge or obstacle. Life is unpredictable, and things don't always go the way we plan. But when you start your day by declaring joy, you're preparing yourself to handle those challenges with grace and resilience. You're telling yourself that no matter what happens, you have the ability to maintain a sense of peace and contentment. You're choosing to approach the day with a mindset that looks for solutions instead of problems, that focuses on the good instead of dwelling on the bad. Speaking joy over your day also affects the people around you. When you carry that energy of joy, it doesn't just stay with you, it radiates outward. Your words and actions become a source of life for others. Whether you're at work with family or interacting with strangers, The joy you've spoken over your day becomes a gift you can share. It lifts others up, brightens their mood, and creates a ripple effect of positivity. Your joy becomes contagious, and the people around you begin to feel it, even if they don't know why. When you speak joy into your day, you're not just reacting to the world around you, you're taking charge of your emotional and mental state. You're actively shaping your experience. You're saying, today I choose joy. Today I choose to focus on what's good, on what's possible, on what brings me peace. And when you do that, you're empowering yourself. You're giving yourself the strength to navigate whatever comes your way, knowing that joy is always within reach, even in the smallest of moments. Speaking joy into your day also invites a spirit of gratitude. When you declare joy over your day, you're naturally inclined to be more grateful for the little things, the warmth of the sun, the sound of laughter, the kindness of a stranger. You start to notice the beauty in your surroundings, the blessings in your life, and the opportunities to appreciate what you have. Gratitude and joy are deeply connected, and when you speak joy into your day, you're opening yourself up to moments of thankfulness that might otherwise go unnoticed. Another powerful aspect of speaking joy over your day is that it helps shift your mindset from one of scarcity to one of abundance. Instead of focusing on what's lacking, you start to see what's already there. Joy becomes not something you chase or wait for, but something you create. When you declare joy over your day, you're telling yourself that you already have everything you need to experience happiness and fulfillment. It's a mindset of abundance, and it invites more positive experiences into your life. Speaking joy into your day also helps you stay grounded when things don't go as planned. Life has its ups and downs, and no day is without its challenges. But when you've already set the intention for joy, those challenges don't have the same power over you. They don't derail your entire mood or shift your focus away from the good. Instead, you're able to maintain your sense of peace and well-being, even in the face of adversity. You've already decided before the day even started that joy is your guiding force, and that makes all the difference in how you handle whatever comes your way. Lastly, speaking joy over your day creates a sense of purpose. When you intentionally choose joy, you're not just going through the motions, you're living with intention. You're reminding yourself that each day is an opportunity to experience life fully, to find meaning in the little things, and to create a life that feels good to you. By speaking joy into your day, you're setting a clear intention for how you want to live, how you want to feel, and how you want to show up in the world. And that, in itself, is a powerful act of self-love and self-care. Joy comes from a deep sense of purpose or recognition that what you do matters and that you are contributing to something greater than yourself. When you connect with your purpose, you tap into an inner wellspring of joy that sustains you through life's challenges. This joy isn't dependent on external circumstances. It comes from understanding your role in the world and the impact you can make. When you wake up each day with a sense of purpose, everything changes. You approach your task with enthusiasm and energy, knowing that each action you take is aligned with your values and goals. This alignment creates a resonance within you, fostering a sense of fulfillment that brings joy to your everyday life. Whether it's your career, your family, your community, or personal passions, living with purpose gives meaning to your efforts and helps you recognize their significance. Purpose serves as a compass, guiding you through decisions and challenges. It provides clarity, helping you navigate the complexities of life with confidence. When you know your purpose, you can prioritize what truly matters to you, eliminating distractions and focusing your energy on the things that bring you joy. This clarity reduces stress and overwhelm, allowing you to experience life more fully and intentionally. The joy that emerges from this focused approach is rooted in knowing that you're living authentically, making choices that resonate with your true self. Moreover, purpose fuels your resilience. Life will inevitably present obstacles, and there will be moments when joy feels out of reach. However, when you're grounded in purpose, you possess a reservoir of strength that helps you persevere. You understand that challenges are part of the journey, and you can navigate them with a mindset of growth. Your purpose acts as a source of motivation, reminding you why you started in the first place. This connection to your purpose helps you rise above difficulties, finding joy in the progress you make and the lessons you learn along the way. Finding joy in your purpose often requires self-reflection and introspection. It involves exploring what truly matters to you, your passions, your values, your dreams. When you take the time to understand yourself, you begin to uncover the threads of purpose that weave through your life. This process might involve trying new things, stepping out of your comfort zone, and being open to experiences that align with your passions. The more you explore and discover, the clearer your sense of purpose becomes, and the more joy you can cultivate. Joy also flourishes when you share your purpose with others, whether it's through your work, your relationships, or your community involvement. Connecting with like-minded individuals amplifies your joy. When you collaborate with others who share your values and goals, the energy becomes contagious. You inspire each other, and the collective pursuit of purpose creates an environment where joy can thrive. The bonds formed through shared purpose enhance your sense of belonging and connection, adding another layer of joy to your life. Moreover, purpose allows you to contribute to the greater good. When you use your skills and talents to uplift others or create positive change in your community, you experience profound joy. Helping others not only enriches their lives, but also enriches your own. There's a unique fulfillment that comes from knowing that your actions have made a difference, however small. This sense of contribution reinforces your purpose and brings joy into your life, creating a cycle of positivity that benefits both you and those around you. As you continue to pursue your purpose, you'll likely discover that it evolves over time. What brings you joy today may shift as you grow and change. Embracing this fluidity is essential. Allow yourself to explore new interests, redefine your goals, and adapt your purpose as needed. This adaptability keeps your joy alive and ensures that you remain aligned with what resonates with your heart. By staying open to change, you invite new opportunities for joy to emerge in unexpected ways. The joy that comes from purpose is deeply fulfilling, but it requires consistent effort and dedication. It's essential to nurture that connection through daily practices, such as setting intentions, practicing gratitude, and reflecting on your progress. By consciously engaging with your purpose, you reinforce its significance in your life and cultivate an ongoing sense of joy. This commitment not only enriches your experience, but also encourages you to inspire others to find and pursue their own purposes. Finally, joy rooted in purpose often leads to a sense of peace and contentment. When you know you're living authentically and making choices that align with your values, there's a tranquility that accompanies that awareness. You can approach each day with a sense of calm, knowing that you're on the right path. This peace allows you to embrace life's uncertainties and challenges with grace, further amplifying the joy that comes from living a purpose-driven life. Living in the present is a transformative practice that holds the key to experiencing joy, fulfillment, and peace. In our fast-paced, constantly connected world, it's all too easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of thoughts about the past or the future. We often find ourselves reminiscing about what has already happened or worrying about what is yet to come. But the reality is that the present moment is where life truly unfolds. When we learn to embrace the here and now, we unlock the potential for deeper happiness and connection. To live in the present means to fully immerse ourselves in the current moment. It involves being aware of our thoughts, feelings, and surroundings without judgment or distraction. When we practice mindfulness, whether through meditation, deep breathing, or simply taking a moment to observe our environment, we cultivate a heightened awareness that allows us to appreciate the richness of each experience. By focusing on the present, we become more attuned to our emotions, our body, and the world around us, which enhances our capacity to feel joy in even the simplest of moments. One of the most profound benefits of living in the present is that it helps us let go of regrets about the past. Often we carry the weight of past experiences, mistakes, missed opportunities, or unresolved conflicts which can cloud our perception of the present. By consciously choosing to release these burdens, we free ourselves to embrace the beauty of the now. Each moment offers a fresh start, a chance to make different choices, and the ability to move forward with a renewed sense of purpose. Living in the present allows us to recognize that our past does not define us. It's our actions and thoughts in the present that shape our future. Conversely, living in the present also enables us to reduce anxiety about the future. We tend to project our fears and uncertainties onto what lies ahead, worrying about outcomes we cannot control. This anxiety can rob us of our joy and keep us in a state of tension. However, when we focus on the present moment, we shift our attention away from hypothetical worries and ground ourselves in what is real and tangible. This practice helps us cultivate resilience as we learn to handle challenges as they arise rather than being paralyzed by the fear of what may come. Living in the present reminds us that we have the strength to deal with life's difficulties as they happen. Another important aspect of living in the present is the opportunity to enhance our relationships. When we engage fully with the people around us, we foster deeper connections and create meaningful memories. Being present with others means actively listening, engaging in conversations without distractions, and showing genuine interest in their experiences. This quality of presence cultivates trust, understanding, and love, allowing us to build stronger bonds. When we share joyful moments with loved ones, our experiences become richer and more fulfilling. It's in these present interactions that we create the memories that bring lasting happiness. Living in the present also allows us to savor life's small pleasures. Too often, we rush through our days, checking off tasks on our to-do lists without truly appreciating the moments in between. When we slow down and pay attention, we discover joy in the mundane, whether it's enjoying a warm cup of coffee, feeling the sun on our skin, or taking a moment to admire the beauty of nature. By savoring these simple joys, we cultivate gratitude and a deeper appreciation for life itself. Each moment becomes an opportunity to find joy, and we realize that happiness is often found in the little things. Moreover, living in the present fosters creativity and innovation. When we're not burdened by the constraints of the past or future, our minds open up to new possibilities. We become more spontaneous and willing to take risks, leading to a greater sense of exploration and adventure. This creativity can manifest in various aspects of our lives, from problem solving at work to finding new ways to express ourselves. By embracing the present moment, we allow ourselves to think outside the box, letting go of fear and judgment, which can spark fresh ideas and insights. Additionally, the present moment is where we can make conscious choices that align with our values and intentions. Instead of operating on autopilot, we can pause and assess what truly matters to us. Living in the present empowers us to take actions that reflect our true selves. It encourages us to be intentional with our time and energy, allowing us to invest in activities that bring us joy and fulfillment. When we live with purpose, we create a life that resonates with who we are, leading to a greater sense of satisfaction. In the practice of living in the present, we also cultivate compassion for ourselves and others. When we become more aware of our thoughts and feelings, we develop a greater understanding of our experiences and those of others. This awareness fosters empathy, allowing us to connect with others on a deeper level. By recognizing the shared human experience of joy, pain, and struggle, we can approach ourselves and others with kindness and understanding. Living in the present reminds us that everyone is doing their best, and it encourages us to support one another along the journey. Finally, living in the present is a practice that requires patience and commitment. It's easy to get caught up in the hustle and bustle of life, but the journey of mindfulness is about returning to the moment again and again. It may involve regular practices like meditation, journaling, or simply taking a few deep breaths throughout the day to ground ourselves. Over time, these practices help us build a habit of presence, transforming the way we experience life. The more we cultivate this habit, the more we find joy, peace, and fulfillment in the everyday moments that make up our lives. Ultimately, living in the present allows us to embrace the richness of life. It opens the door to joy, connection, and growth. When we release the grip of the past and the anxiety of the future, we discover the beauty of the here and now. Each moment becomes an opportunity to experience life fully, to appreciate the connections we have with others, and to find joy in the simple pleasures that surround us. By choosing to live in the present, we invite a deeper sense of fulfillment and happiness into our lives. Joy is resilience, a powerful force that helps us navigate life's challenges with grace and strength. Resilience is not merely about bouncing back from adversity, it's about growing through it, transforming pain into purpose, and finding joy even in the darkest moments. This unique interplay between joy and resilience allows us to cultivate a mindset that embraces difficulties as opportunities for growth and learning. When faced with challenges, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and discouraged. However, resilient individuals possess a deep understanding that adversity is a part of the human experience. Instead of allowing obstacles to define their journey, they see them as opportunities to learn, adapt, and grow. This perspective shifts the focus from what's going wrong to what can be learned from the situation. Joy becomes a source of strength that fuels our ability to keep moving forward, even when the path is uncertain. Resilience is rooted in our ability to maintain hope, and joy is a significant contributor to that hope. When we cultivate joy in our lives, we create a reservoir of positive emotions that can sustain us during tough times. Joy helps us see beyond our current struggles, reminding us that there is always light at the end of the tunnel. This sense of optimism allows us to envision a brighter future, motivating us to take the necessary steps to overcome challenges. By holding on to joy, we create a mental framework that supports our resilience and empowers us to rise above difficulties. Moreover, joy enhances our capacity for problem solving. When we approach challenges with a mindset anchored in joy, we become more creative and open-minded. Instead of feeling trapped by problems, we can explore new possibilities and solutions. Joy allows us to think outside the box, encouraging us to seek innovative ways to navigate our circumstances. This mindset fosters a sense of empowerment, enabling us to tackle challenges head-on rather than shying away from them. In this way, joy fuels resilience by equipping us with the mental tools to overcome adversity. Additionally, joy nurtures our connections with others, reinforcing our resilience through community and support. When we experience joy, we naturally want to share it with those around us. This sharing creates bonds of connection, allowing us to build a support network that can help us during difficult times. Resilience is often bolstered by the relationships we cultivate, and joy acts as a catalyst for these connections. By surrounding ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us, we create an environment that fosters resilience. Together, we can navigate challenges, drawing strength from one another's joy. Furthermore, joy encourages self-compassion, a critical aspect of resilience. When we face hardships, it's easy to fall into self-criticism and negative thinking. However, joy allows us to approach ourselves with kindness and understanding. Instead of being harsh on ourselves for our struggles, we can embrace our imperfections and acknowledge that everyone experiences difficulties. This self-compassion fosters a sense of acceptance and empowers us to treat ourselves with the same kindness we would offer a friend. By cultivating joy within ourselves, we can navigate challenges with a resilient spirit, knowing that it's okay to stumble along the way. Living with joy also promotes a mindset of gratitude, which is essential for resilience. When we focus on the positive aspects of our lives, we train our minds to recognize the good even amidst adversity. Gratitude allows us to shift our perspective, helping us find silver linings and lessons in difficult situations. This shift fosters resilience by reminding us that there is always something to be grateful for, no matter how challenging our circumstances may be. Joy and gratitude work hand in hand, reinforcing our ability to persevere and thrive in the face of obstacles. Moreover, joy can serve as a source of motivation during tough times. When we experience joy, it energizes us and fuels our desire to keep moving forward. This motivation is vital when facing setbacks or challenges that might otherwise lead us to feel defeated. Joy ignites a fire within us, prompting us to take action and seek solutions rather than succumbing to despair. This proactive approach strengthens our resilience, allowing us to approach challenges with determination and optimism. Additionally, the practice of mindfulness enhances our ability to experience joy and resilience simultaneously. Mindfulness encourages us to be present with our thoughts and feelings, helping us navigate difficult emotions with grace. When we practice mindfulness, we become more aware of our emotional responses to challenges. This awareness allows us to acknowledge our feelings without judgment, giving us the space to process and respond rather than react impulsively. By incorporating mindfulness into our lives, we can cultivate a sense of joy that coexists with resilience, enabling us to navigate adversity with a calm and centered mindset. Finally, joy teaches us the value of adaptability. Life is inherently unpredictable, and challenges can arise when we least expect them. Joy encourages us to embrace change and uncertainty, reminding us that it's okay to adjust our plans and expectations. When we approach life with a joyful spirit, we become more flexible and open to new possibilities. This adaptability strengthens our resilience, allowing us to navigate challenges with ease and grace. Instead of clinging to rigid expectations, we can find joy in the journey itself, even if it takes us in unexpected directions. In essence, joy is a powerful component of resilience. It empowers us to navigate life's challenges with strength, hope, and creativity. By cultivating joy in our lives, we create a solid foundation that supports our ability to bounce back and grow through adversity. Joy nurtures our connections, fosters self-compassion, and promotes gratitude, all essential elements of resilience. When we embrace joy as a guiding force, we unlock the potential to face life's difficulties with grace and determination, emerging from challenges not only intact but transformed. In closing, let us remember that joy and resilience are intertwined, each one enhancing the other in profound ways. As we journey through life, we will undoubtedly encounter obstacles and setbacks. Yet it is our capacity to cultivate joy within ourselves that will empower us to rise above those challenges. When we embrace joy, we create a mindset that not only sustains us during difficult times, but also propels us toward growth and fulfillment. So let us commit to living joyfully, to finding moments of gratitude even amidst struggle, and to nurturing connections that uplift and inspire us. Together, let's celebrate the strength that comes from resilience and the joy that emerges from living fully in the present. By choosing joy as our foundation, we not only enhance our own lives, but also light the way for others, creating a ripple effect of positivity and strength in our communities. Remember, every challenge is an opportunity for growth, and every moment is a chance to choose joy. As we move forward, let's carry this message in our hearts. Joy is not just a fleeting emotion. It is a powerful force that fuels our resilience and transforms our lives. Embrace it, cultivate it, and watch how it shapes your journey. Thank you.
If you're going to quit, quit when it's going well. If you're going to quit, quit when it's easy. If you're going to give up at the top of the mountain, not at the bottom of the mountain, not on the side of the mountain, not in the middle of the mountain. Give up when you get to the top of the mountain. If you're going to quit, quit after you make it work in grand fashion. Quit after you build and sell a successful business. Don't quit on the journey. I'm going to share with you why I don't quit when it's working, why I keep working when it's not working for me. Are y'all ready for this? This is so mind-blowing. I'm going to read something to you from Ecclesiastes chapter 10. I would venture to guess, if I were a betting man, and I'm not, but were I a betting man, I would venture to bet that you have probably never heard a sermon on this passage in your life. You've never heard anybody teach on it, probably. I know I've never heard anybody teach on it. Okay, Ecclesiastes chapter 10, starting with verse 5. We're going to read down to verse number 9. Here's what it says. There is an evil which I have seen under the sun, as an error which proceedeth from the ruler. Folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in low place. I have seen servants upon horses, and princes walking as servants upon the earth. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. Whoso breaketh a hedge, a serpent shall bite him. Whoso removeth stones shall be hurt therewith, and he that cleaveth wood shall be endangered thereby. What? Let's go. Here's the problem. People will start working on something because they have this grand vision in their mind. And they think, when this happens, it's going to be great. And it doesn't happen as fast or as smoothly as they thought it should happen, and then they quit. The reason I keep working when things aren't working, and I'm using that tongue-in-cheek, aren't working, when they seem to not be working, is because I understand how it really works. Yes, there's danger involved, there's risks involved. But even though there are risks involved, I'm gonna work when it looks like it might not work, if when it does work, it's worth it. See, if the downside is limited and the upside is unlimited, that is a chance I'm always willing to take. And see, there are people who are not willing to take a chance on an unlimited upside because they're so afraid of the limited downside. Now, if something has a limited upside and an unlimited downside, I'm just going to ignore it. It's not even worth looking at. For me, if something has the potential to make me go back to ground zero and start over from scratch, I'm not even going to look at it. Unless I'm already at ground zero. Then it doesn't matter. See, it's interesting. You remember the parable about the talents, right? The master comes to his talent, we're going to call him an employee. The employee comes to his employees. He says, I'm going on a long journey. I need you to manage my money while I'm gone. He gave one 5 talents. He gave another 2 to another. He gave 1. He went, came back. This is in Matthew chapter 25 for those of you who want to go read it later. He went away, came back. When he came back, the one he gave 5 to said, while you were gone, I gave your money to the exchangers, and I've turned your 5 into 10. Here's your 10. The one that got 2 said, oh, you remember that talent you gave, the 2 talents you gave me? Yeah, I took it, I put it in the exchange, and I traded it, and when it came back, I've got 4 for you. Would like to have done more, but I got these 4. The guy that received 1 came to his boss and said, I know you're a hard man, and you gather where you haven't reaped, and you reap where you haven't sown, and you gather where you haven't strawed. So I made sure I didn't lose it. And because I was afraid, I buried it in the earth. And here, you can have your talent back. He said, wait, time out. You knew I reap where I haven't sown? You knew I gather where I haven't strong? You should have then taken my money and given it to the exchanger so that when I came back, I might have received mine own with usury. Why? Because God loves multiplication. Now, here's what's interesting about that whole story. Who had the most to lose, the guy with 5 talents or the guy with 1? The guy with 5. I am telling you, this is one of the most strange phenomena in the world. Phenomena in the world. Phenomena. Don't do it, Myron, don't do it. I just started thinking of these little children's cartoons that I used to watch when I was a kid. I'm like, what's going on? Okay, so here's what's amazing. The people that have the most to lose are the least afraid to lose it. And the people that have the least to lose are the most afraid to lose it. It's just like that today. Yeah, man, that seems like a scam. Bro, I got some bad news for you. You grown and broke. You already been scammed. You're a full-grown adult. And broke. And you worried about somebody scamming you? What they gonna get? And so Solomon said, I've seen an evil on the earth. What's the evil? I've seen an evil which I've seen under the sun, and an error that proceeded from the ruler. Folly is set in great dignity. There are people who are more successful than you, who are less talented than you. There are people who are more successful than you that are not as smart as you. There are people that are more successful than you who are less skillful than you. The difference is servants upon horses, princes walking as servants upon the earth. Why? Well, I believe the next verse tells us, he that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. The risk associated with preparing to build something scares people away. It says, he that breaketh the hedge, a serpent shall bite him. This is really fast. This whole story is really fascinating to me. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. Whoso breaketh the hedge, a serpent shall bite him. Whoso removeth stones shall be hurt therewith, and he that cleaveth wood shall be in danger thereby. So let's talk about, okay, you're digging a pit. If you fall into the pit, what could happen? Well, you could break your neck. You could break your arm, you could break your leg, depending on how deep the ditch is, right? So it's like, I don't want to dig a ditch that might end up causing me to fall into it and break my neck. And digging a ditch is really an interesting analogy to make. So if you read King Solomon, so if you go read 1 Kings chapter 3, you will see that Solomon asked God for an understanding heart to discern judgment. God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding greater than all the kings that were before him, greater than all the kings that came after him. And the next chapter says that Solomon wrote 3,000 proverbs and his songs were 1,005. 3,000 proverbs. I want you to think about that. So in our modern day vernacular, that would be like Instagram post, Facebook post, Twitter post. Do you have 3,000 Instagram posts, Twitter posts, right? And you wonder why nobody knows about you. Because the wisdom that you have, you're not putting out into the marketplace for the world to find. I'm telling you, okay, so our business has done millions and millions of dollars in sales. And guess what? This year, we spent $0 on advertising. Why? Because we've written 3,000 proverbs and our songs are 1,005. Are you tracking? All I do is put content out that helps people. I don't have to go look for them. They come looking for me. Do you have any more? Do you have any more? Do you have any more? And anybody can do that. But see, unfortunately, because we were programmed in a Western society where some previous historical business moguls didn't understand that winning is not a zero-sum game, they built manufacturing plants to make the stuff that they were going to sell to the consumers, and then they built manufacturing plants for the workers to come work in their factories, and they call them schools. Oh, that's a historic fact. That's why the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation, they contribute so much money to the educational system. So they can produce exactly the person they want for the jobs that need to be filled in their factories. That was their original intent. That's not, oh, I thought that was common knowledge. Okay. And so here's the problem though. Because we've been programmed to have a job, we think that the 11th commandment was thou shalt have a job with benefits. Right? That's what we think. But the reality is, there's nothing wrong with having a job, but it creates some issues inside of us. We become dependent on someone we don't know to make sure that we and our families are provided for. That's one. But the other problem is we get addicted to a paycheck. And we become so addicted to a paycheck that if it doesn't make us money instantly, we don't want to do it. And so when you're doing your writing your 3,000 proverbs and your 1,005 songs, maybe you don't make any money at all until that 1,005th song comes out, right? And see, we want to sow today and reap today. That's not the law of the farm. The farm don't work like that. We got drive-through restaurants, drive-through banking, drive-through dry cleaners. We got instant microwavable meals, instant this, instant that. Everything's instant, drive-through, and microwavable. So we want instant, drive-through, microwavable success. It doesn't work like that. This ain't that, y'all. And so the reason I keep working when it's not working for me is because I know that I'm bigger than it. And I know that if I'm not afraid of the risk and I keep on going, like when I was broke, you lose everything, that's okay. I haven't had anything most of my life, I'll be all right. Right? And I did, I mean, for the most part, went from being really, really rich to being really, really poor for a number of years. But the reason I became poor is because I lost perspective. It wasn't because, and I didn't become poor, I became broke. I didn't have any money for a short period of time. I was in transition. I was in transition. I was transitioning from not having no money to having some money. Okay, so the interesting thing about that is I just lost perspective. I lost perspective of truth. And I started getting meaning from circumstance instead of giving meaning to circumstance. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? And the whole word circumstance is really fascinating anyway, isn't it? Because the scripture says, a wise man's eyes are in his head. Think about that. A wise man's eyes are in his head. What can we ascertain from that? Well, we don't see with our eyes. We see with our mind. Our eyes are just one of the tools our mind uses to see. And what's interesting is there are two types of animals on the earth. What are they? Predators and prey. Now, what's interesting is most prey just basically eats grass and berries and nuts and stuff, and most predators eat other animals, right? Well, here's what's interesting. In order for the prey to stay alive, it has to starve the predator. In order for the predator to stay alive, it has to eat the prey. Here's what that means. Somebody got to go. Okay, now, you can tell, when you look at an animal, you can tell by looking at them at a glance whether they're predator or whether they're prey. How can you tell? Where their eyes are located. Where their eyes are located. Predators have their eyes in front of their head so they can see what they're pursuing. Prey have their eyes on the side of their head so they can see what's pursuing them. So if you take your hands, if you take your fingers, everybody take your fingers like this. Take your fingers like this. Even on YouTube, take your fingers like this. I'm watching you. I'm not really watching you on YouTube, but I'm pretending I am. Okay, take your fingers like this. I want you to look at both fingers. Keep your eye on both fingers as you move your arms farther apart. So we have, that's about it right there. I'm going to say, based on my understanding of geometry, that's about a radius of 172%. It's not quite 180. 180, I can't see either one. Okay, I even got to 177%. Okay, 177% radius. Why? Because my eyes are in front of my head. But imagine this. If one eye's on this side and one eye's on this side, I can see halfway around this way and halfway around this way. I can see what's around me. So, think about this. The word circumstance comes from the word circle and stand. What is a circumstance? A circumstance is the situation that surrounds me while I'm standing still. So, if you're going to change your circumstance, stop standing. It's called a circumrun. It ain't called a circumcharge. It ain't called a circummarch. What's it called? A circumstance. Stop standing. And so, the prey has its eyes on the side of its head. The predator has the eyes in front of her head. The wise man's eyes are in his head. So I get to decide every day when I wake up, am I going to be a predator who passionately pursues my purpose? Or am I going to be a prey who's paralyzed by all the circumstances that surround me? And so many people are so paralyzed by looking at all the things that could go wrong if they do this thing that's in them. They were made for it. But if they do it, they ask the most expensive question in world history. But What if it doesn't work? Do you realize that it's hard to get the answer to the question you don't ask? But if you ask, what if this doesn't work? Guess what answer you're going to get? Well, if it doesn't work, I ain't going to make no money, and they're going to come get my car, and I'm going to be living in the dark, and I'm going to get evicted out of my house, and, right? Because you asked the question, what if it doesn't work? So the only answer you can get is the answer to what if it doesn't work. If you learn to ask better questions, you will discover better answers. What's a better question than what if this doesn't work? Here's a good one. How awesome is this going to be when it works? Wow. Wonder what neighborhood I'm going to live in when it works. Wonder what kind of car I'm going to drive when it works. Where would I like to go on vacation when this works? Would I like to fly private when this works? Are you tracking? So when you ask better questions, you get better answers. And so because there are princes walking as servants upon the earth, and folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in low place, because he that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. So those are some of the dangers. Breaketh a hedge, the serpent shall bite him. Well, what's the problem with that? Well, the serpent bites you. One thing we know gonna happen: if the serpent bites you, it's gonna hurt, right? And if it's a venomous serpent, you're gonna get sick. And if it's venomous enough, you might die. So because I might fall into the pit, I'm not gonna dig it. Because I might get, when I'm clearing this area, there might be a snake in there. And I'm gonna be honest with you now. Okay. So there. That was a good accident. Okay. So I'm a golfer. In Florida, here's what we have in the woods. Everything. Everything. We got alligators in the woods. Not just in the water, they're in the woods too now. I've seen them in the woods. Okay, we got alligators in the woods. We got bobcats in the woods. Wild hogs in the woods. I mean, depending on what part of Florida, panthers in the woods. And my least favorite of all, snakes. My chances of seeing a panther in the woods are good. Woods are green. I'm colorblind, but I can tell that black panther ain't green. Right? My chances of seeing a wild hog in the woods pretty good. Even an alligator, you know, they're really big and lethargic and kind of clumsy-ish on land. I can see it probably before it sees me. But a snake? That joker could be sitting right beside me licking his chops, and I don't even see it. So, the concern about serpents, like, I get it. I'd rather be 5 feet from an alligator than 5 feet from a snake. 8 days a week, twice on Sunday. So, it's not that the potential danger is not real. The potential danger is real. He that breaketh the hedge, the serpent shall bite him. He that removeth stones, shall be hurt therewith. You might drop one on your foot, break your foot. You might be putting one up on top of something and drop it on your head and get a concussion. Like when you're working on something, here's what we're learning from this. Work has risk associated with it. If you don't do the work because you're afraid of the risk, you will never get the wealth that only the work can bring. So it's not that we should ignore risks, because the scripture says, the wise man foreseeth evil and hideth himself, but the foolish pass on and are punished. So we don't want to be stupid about it. What we want to do is we want to measure the risk, and then we want to calculate whether the risk is worth the reward. And if the risk is a limited downside and the reward is an unlimited upside, I'm jumping on that train every time. As long as that train is going in the direction of my purpose. Are y'all tracking? Because, by the way, making money should not be the primary determining factor of whether or not you say yes or no to a business opportunity. Because all good money ain't good. You can make some good money doing some bad things. You can make some good money doing some things that are filled with hassle that are not bad. They're just filled with hassle. I don't like hassle. So you know what I do? I don't do those things. I don't like doing bad things. I'm not, oh, but this thing can make you so. I get that. Brother man can't be, I can't do it. So, then it says, he that moveth the stone. Now here's the parallel that I saw. When I'm reading this, I'm thinking, this is amazing. This reminds me of the first command. Not the first commandment, the first command. It says, he that removeth stones shall be hurt therewith, and he that cleaveth wood shall be endangered thereby. What's going to happen? Well, you can be cleaving wood, chopping wood with an axe, right? And you can get a splinter in your eye or in your hand. Or the axe head could come off and hit you in the arm or the leg or the foot. There are dangers associated with work. That's why it ain't called play. But there's dangers associated with play. We just have to evaluate whether or not the risk is worth it. And see, some of us won't even risk hurt feelings enough to make an offer to somebody to make their life better, and it would be good for them and profitable for us. Because we are so internally fragile that if somebody says no, we feel like we've been rejected by our 7th grade boyfriend or girlfriend, right? Am I telling the truth? It's like, I don't like the way that feels. I didn't have a 7th grade girlfriend. I like girls, but I didn't think they liked me, so I just left them alone. Like, this is too much hassle. Okay, anyway. It's really interesting that the first command, wow, why does that keep happening? The first thing that God ever said to man, was, like, this is the first conversation that God had with a human. Be fruitful, do multiply, do replenish the earth, and subdue it. And then have dominion. Now, here's what he said. Be, do, have. That's the formula. The first success formula in world history. Be, do, have. Here's what it means. Don't be, can't do, can't have. Be a little, do a little, have a little. Be a lot, do a lot. Do a lot, have a lot. Are y'all tracking? Now, you say, what does this have to do with this? Well, when I'm reading this, I'm thinking about, what do you dig holes for? Dig holes for preparation. Maybe you're going to build a building, you dig a hole to pour a foundation in. Maybe you're going to plant some seed, you dig a hole to put the seed in. Maybe you're going to plant a tree, you dig a hole to put the tree in. You track it? So when you're digging a hole is preparation. You're preparing for something. And so, because for a lot of people, they won't prepare for their assignment because of the time cost associated with it, the money cost associated with it, or the stigma cost associated with it. And so they don't prepare. And so when their time comes, they're not ready. In fact, I think it's in chapter 9. Here's what it says in chapter 9. It says, in Ecclesiastes 9:10, it says, whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. In other words, whatever you're going to do, put everything you got into it. And if it's not worth putting everything you got into, it's probably not worth doing it at all. Does that make sense? Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. Let me see, where was I? Yeah, whatsoever thy hand do it with thy might, for there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave whither thou goest. Watch what happens next. I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift. So you're not going to win the race just because you're the fastest. That doesn't guarantee you a win. The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet, in other words, just because you're the strongest in the fight don't mean you're going to win the fight. Neither yet bread to the wise. You're not going to eat the best just because you're the most wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding. You're not going to be the richest just because you understand the most. Nor yet favor to men of skill. You're not going to find favor just because you're the most skillful. What does it say, though? it says, but time and chance happeneth to them all. Time and chance is not talking about luck. Time and chance is the intersection between preparation and opportunity. So who is the person that wins the race? The one that's most prepared when the race starts. Who is the person that wins the battle? The one that's most prepared when the battle starts. Who is the one that has favor and bread and riches? The one who's most prepared. And if you dig a hole while you're preparing yourself, here's what's going to happen. It's going to take time. Preparing yourself is going to take time. And some people, because of the risk associated with the time that it takes to prepare, because that time that I'm preparing, I'm not doing other things that I'd really rather do. Can I get a witness? So I'm not preparing for the rest of my life because I'm existing through this current chapter in my life. And so, I don't prepare. He that, I think it said, cutteth a hedge. I want to read it to you because I don't want to be making stuff up. I mean, I'm good at making stuff up, but I don't want to make stuff up when it comes to the Bible. Okay, so, he that breaketh the hedge, a serpent shall bite him. So, I forgot to tell you, be fruitful, multiply. Let me go back there first. Be fruitful. What is fruitful? A fruit, according to Genesis, is a living organism whose seed is in itself. So, the ability to regenerate and replicate and duplicate and multiply is inside of you. So when God told man to be fruitful, God is telling us that he put an aspect of his creativity, the seed of an aspect of his creativity inside of all of us. But it's a different seed. God gave some people the seed of singing like an angel. And some people he gave the seed of building like an architect. And some people he gave the ability to communicate like an orator. And to some people he gave the ability to write like a Pulitzer Prize winning author. He didn't give any of us everything, but he gave all of us something. But what we have to do is we have to cultivate the seed of the aspect of creativity that God put inside of us. We have to cultivate that seed and let it produce. So that's the B part. Being fruitful means you make sure what I put inside of you shows up outside of you. That's what be fruitful means. Multiply, what's that mean? Increase. So you're going to increase. What's that mean? Well, when you start increase, it's going to take up what? It's going to take up space, right? If you're going to be fruitful, you got to plant a seed in the ground, right? If you're going to increase, you're going to need space. And so you have to clear out all of this rubbish. You have to clear out these bushes. You have to clear out these hedges. Oh, a snake might bite you. Clear it out anyway. Make room. Like, you prepare yourself, and then you make room for the blessing, regardless of the risk associated with making room. Are you tracking? And then it says, he that moveth stones shall be hurt therewith. Be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth. Replenish means to fill up the earth. So after I clear out this space, now I need to fill up the earth. What is moving stones? Why am I moving stones? Because stones are what we build things with. And so there's risk associated with the preparation. There's risk associated with the clearing. There's and making of room. There's risk associated with building something. But do it anyway. It's not going to be easy. It's just going to be worth it. It's not going to be cheap. It's just going to be worth it. Everybody's not going to go with you, but it's still going to be worth it. Are y'all tracking? This is why I keep on working when stuff seems like it's not working for me. And I say it seems like it's not working for you because everything is working. It's either working on me or it's working for me. And so many people don't like the way it feels when the work is working on you, so you stop working on it. And so because you stop working on it, it can't work for you. But if you let it work on you long enough, you will become the person for whom it can work. But between the time you dig the hole and plant the seed and clear the space and move the stone and start building, between all of that time, there's a gestation period. Don't become impatient with it. Just, I sowed this seed yesterday. Where's my fruit? It's not how it works. So, then, it says, he that cleaveth wood shall be endangered thereby. Well, what is that talking about? Cleaveth wood. That's what we do when we cut down trees, right? We're cleaving wood, right? We're chopping wood. Well, what's the last thing the scripture tells us to do? Be fruitful, dig the hole, right? Multiply. You need to clear out some space for all the stuff you're about to have. Increase. You start to build. And then replenish the earth. Okay. That's replenish the earth. You're filling it. That means to fill it up. You're building stuff. And then it says subdue it. Subdue? What does subdue mean? Trample down. Because disruption always follows intention. So when you start to dig your hole, you're going to face some opposition. And when you start to clear out the shrubs, you're going to face some opposition when you start to make room. And when you start to build something, you're going to face some opposition. So in case you're confused, because a lot of people think that when it doesn't work instantly, that's a sign they're going in the wrong direction. But oftentimes, that's a sign you're going in the right direction. You start working out, you don't feel stronger first. You feel in pain and weaker first. You start eating right. You don't feel better first. You have a healing crisis. And you start feeling worse first. Mo worse comes before mo better. How many of y'all tracking? And see, we want the mo better, but we don't want the mo worse that comes before the mo better. And here's what God said. He said, subdue the earth. If he's telling me to subdue it, if he's telling me to trample it down, that means two things. Number one, I am above it. Number two, I'm more powerful than it, whatever it is. That's why I don't worry about obstacles, because I can subdue them. And when I'm subduing them, I'm using my axe to chop down the tree. There's a danger associated with that. And so because there's a danger associated with that, there are a lot of people who should be further in their life. They're not further because all of the risks associated with preparing and making room and building and subduing and cleaving wood and chopping stuff down and overcoming obstacles is too much for them to process, so they seek something they can't find called security. In the words of Helen Keller, security does not exist in all of nature, neither do the sons of men as a whole experience it. Life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. Benjamin Franklin said, if we seek security, we have no independence. Robert G. Allen said there are two doors in life. One is marked freedom, the other is marked security. If you choose the door marked security, you get neither. If you choose the door marked freedom, you get both. If you go through life hyper avoiding every risk, you are also hyper avoiding every reward. Here's what's interesting. While I'm digging holes and preparing, while I'm clearing out hedges and making room, while I'm moving stones and building, while I'm cleaving wood and clearing, while I'm doing all of that stuff, I am becoming the person for whom it can work. I don't believe that hard work is the formula for success. I believe that hard work is one of the formulas for becoming a better person. Yes. I don't work hard for money. I work hard because if it's worth putting anything into, it's worth putting everything into. How do I know that? Because it says it in the Bible. Whatsoever thy hand find to do, do it with thy might. I'm not working hard for the money. I'm working hard so that I can, everything I do, I want it to show up as excellence. I'm telling you, if you will trust the process, the if, then, go to statements, the conditional promises, and you do the conditions and let God take care of the promises, you're going to be blown away. By the way, blown away is not the only thing you're going to be. Before you're blown away, you're going to be misunderstood. And you're not just going to be misunderstood by people who don't know you and don't like you. You're going to be misunderstood by people who love you People who are family members, maybe a spouse, maybe a child, maybe a parent. Maybe your best friend's gonna misunderstand you, but you're gonna be misunderstood. Do not think for a half of a millisecond that Christ, who was perfect in every way, shape, and form, he doeth all things well. Such an high priest became us who is holy, harmless, undefiled, and separate from sinners, who needeth not daily as those high priests to offer up sacrifice first for his own sins and then for the sins of the people. This he did once when he offered up himself. If he's all that and he's misunderstood, why are you tripping? Don't be surprised when people don't understand you. Be surprised when they do. I'm telling you, some of you are really, really close, but it doesn't feel like it. You're really, really close. I'm talking about to a breakthrough that will create so much momentum for you. When you're working, you'll feel like you're playing. You're so close, but it doesn't feel like you're close. Don't allow the enemy to deceive you in believing that the risk is not worth the reward. Honest, God is my witness. Back in 2014, when I was sitting on my patio crying on my wife's shoulder because I didn't know if I wanted to be an entrepreneur anymore. Can you imagine that? Me not knowing if I want to be an entrepreneur. I wasn't sure. I was like, baby, nothing I'm working on is working. Except it was more of an ugly, right? It was that kind of thing. But it was working. It was just working on me. It was making me a better version of myself than I was heretofore, than I had been heretofore, actually. And so it was making me a better version of myself. But I had to stay in the game. I had to stay on the journey. I couldn't afford to put the shovel down just because I might fall in the ditch. I couldn't afford not to move the hedges, break the hedges just because a snake might bite me. I couldn't afford not to build the thing just because the stone might fall on me. I couldn't afford not to trample down everything that tries to stop me just because I'm going to be endangered thereby. I can't walk away from the purpose of my life because the risk of it feels too great. Because here's what I don't want to be. When the Lord comes back and calls me to him as his servant, I don't want to say, I want to say, that 5 talents you gave me, that 2 talents you gave me, I turned it into 2 more. I turned it into 5 more. Here's what I don't want to say. Because I knew you were a hard man. And you gather where you haven't strawed. You reap where you haven't sown. I buried your talent in the earth. And here you can have what's yours. I don't want to say that. Because I don't want to hear you wicked and unprofitable servant. You knew. But even though you knew, you didn't do what you were supposed to do, even though you knew. I don't want to be that guy. So, every time you read this from now on, you'll see it different. How many of y'all, honestly, you never heard anybody teach on this passage before, have you? Have you? No. I'm like, this is so good. I'm like, this is so good. There is an evil which I have seen under the sun as an error that proceedeth from the ruler. Folly is in great dignity. Why? Because they were foolish enough to take a chance on something that shouldn't have worked for them. It should work for you, but they did it. And the rich sit in low place. Do you realize how rich in natural resourcefulness you are in natural resourcefulness deposits? People say, we're running out of natural resources. No, we're running out of people who are resourceful. I have seen servants upon horses and princes walking as servants upon the earth. Why? Because he that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. I'm telling you, you're close. You listen to me on YouTube, you looking at my God-given eyeballs? You're close. You're real close. I'm so glad that in 2014 I didn't quit. Maybe something I've said has helped somebody in this room. It wouldn't have happened if I would have quit. Maybe something I've said has helped somebody out there on the interwebs. Wouldn't happen if I had quit. And the people that you've been sent to serve in the future, if you stop working passionately, pursuing your purpose, when they get to that place in their life where you were supposed to impact them, and you're not there, you fumbled on the 5-yard line. Don't give up. I almost gave up. This is not coming from somebody who's never been through anything. I almost gave up. I was like, I don't know, man. I'm tired. I was young and had a lot of energy when I got started on this thing. I'm tripping now. I'm young still-ish. 62 years youngish, right? But I was tired. I had already built something up, and it was going great. And because I mismanaged it, keeping it real, I'm going to take full responsibility. I mean, yeah, we had some circumstances, we had some situations happen, but if I had acted like circumstances happen, situations come up, then I would have been ready, and I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared when time and chance came. I wasn't ready. Abraham Lincoln said, I will prepare myself, and perhaps my time will come. Myron Golden says, your time going to come whether you prepare yourself or not. If you're prepared when your time comes, it will reveal you. If you're not prepared, it will expose you. Don't quit. Make sure that your life turns into a reveal, not an expose. I hope this blesses you, like in a really, really big way, but I'm telling you one more time, don't quit. You're almost there. And even if you're not almost there, you're closer than you were last year, and you're closer than you were yesterday. Stay on the journey. Take the risk that's worth the reward, but make sure you count the cost. Stay blessed by the best, my people. Peace out, Cub Scouts. You're about to discover some amazing paradoxes, some counterintuitive disciplines, some paradoxical, powerful principles, the likes of which don't even seem to make sense until you look more closely at them. You're going to find some amazing oxymorons. What is a paradox? A paradox is when two things that seem to be saying something different, but they're actually proving the same point. And so, a lot of times paradoxes seem like they don't make sense, but then when you really get down in the nitty-gritty, they make the most sense. Mark chapter 9, beginning with verse 30, we're going to read down to verse 38. Here's what it says. And they departed thence and passed through Galilee, and he would not that any man should know it. For he taught his disciples and said unto them, the Son of Man is delivered into the hands of men, and they shall kill him, and after that he is killed, he shall rise the third day. But they understood not the saying, and were afraid to ask him. By the way, isn't it amazing how human the disciples were? They didn't understand, but they were afraid to ask. Why were they afraid to ask? Let me ask you a question. When you don't understand something, why are you afraid to ask? Are you afraid to ask because you're worried about what the person you ask might think about the level of your intelligence? See, I think that if I don't understand and I ask, that requires more intelligence than not understanding and not asking. Anyway, they were afraid to ask. And they understood not the saying, but they were afraid to ask him, verse 32. And then verse 33 says, and he came to Capernaum, and being in the house, he asked them, what was it that ye disputed among yourselves by the way? They thought they were whispering. Nah, man, it's me. Nah, man, it's me. So what was that dispute y'all had? What was that y'all was arguing about when we walked by the way? Y'all had this disagreement. What was it that you were disagreeing about? By the way, understand this. Jesus never asked a question because he did not know the answer. He asked the question because he wanted you to acknowledge the answer. So what was it that you were arguing about? And when we walk by the way, verse 34, but they held their peace, for by the way they had disputed among themselves who should be the greatest. We don't want to tell him, nah, man, I'm going to be the greatest. You ain't going to be the greatest. I'm going to be the greatest. You ain't the greatest. I'm the greatest. Nah, you ain't the best. I'm the best. You can't do this. Well, you can't do that. Can you imagine? These guys they're hilarious. You know who they remind me of? They remind me of us. They're arguing about who's going to be the greatest. And he sat down and called, verse 35, and called the 12 and saith unto them, if any man desire to be first, the same shall be last of all, and servant of all. And he took a child and set him in the midst of them. And when they had taken him, when he had taken him in his arms, he said unto them, whosoever shall receive one of such children in my name receiveth me. And whosoever shall receive me, receiveth not me, but him that sent me. Jesus gave you the whole picture right there. It's so mind-blowing. You want to be great? You're trying to be great by trying to be great. You already fumbled. You already missed the point. Greatness is not in being acknowledged for being great. Greatness is serving at the highest level. It's not only serving at the highest level. He took a little child, somebody that had nothing to offer him, and he said, until you can receive one like this, you've not received me. But when you receive one like this, you receive me. But you not just receive me, you received him that sent me. Jesus said, when you serve at the highest level, those you perceive to be at the lowest level, then you're the greatest. What? The formula for greatness is service. The formula for greatness is contribution. The formula for greatness is connection. The formula for greatness is not congratulations. And we want to be congratulated, and we want to be hailed, and we want to be honored, and we want people to put us on a pedestal, and we want people to clap for us and cheer for us, but that's not a sign of greatness. Can you show up and serve at the highest level the people you perceive to be at the lowest level? That's the sign of greatness. How's that for a paradox? In fact, we see it all through Scripture. Okay, first of all, you've heard me talk about the fact that no one can feel fulfilled unless they are exercising their God-likeness. The first thing that God tells us about us is that we're made in his image. Okay, what's that image look like? Well, the first thing God tells us about God is that he created the heaven and the earth and everything that's in it. So a big part of me exercising my God-likeness is for me to operate in my creative space. Because God, the God of the universe that made everything out of nothing, took an aspect of his creativity and put it inside of me. And then he took a different aspect of his creativity and put it inside of Tim. And then he took a different aspect of his creativity and put it inside of Tom. Then he took a different aspect of his creativity and put it inside of Stephanie. Then he took yet a different aspect of his creativity and put it inside of Hiram. And guess what? Hiram's not good at what Stephanie's good at, what's not good at what Tom's good at, what's not good, what Tim's good at, not good at what I'm good at, and I'm not good at what y'all are good at, because God created a world where everybody has something and no one has everything. Why? So that you would need me and I would need you and we would need us. And no man is an island. And God made everything that he made in the Garden of Eden. He said, behold, it is very good. And he looked at one thing that he made and he said, it's not good. And here's what he said, it's not good for man to be alone. I just wish people would leave me alone. I know that's what you wish until they leave you alone. It's not good for man to be alone. Why? It's not good for, well, in particular in that saying, it's not good for man to be alone because the man needed a help meet for him. That word is not, and help meet is not part of the noun. Help is the noun, which sounds kind of weird. He needed a help. That's the noun. Meet is the adjective that describes the noun. He needed an help meet for him. And help, the word meet means sufficient. He needed somebody who was strong where he was weak, who was good where he was bad, who could do what he could not do. The man needed a help meet for him. Interestingly enough, that the word for man, male, the male the male man, not the male man that delivers the mail, but the male man that's not a female man, okay? Okay, because the word Adam describes humans, man and woman. The word Adam, God called their name Adam. Adam later called her name Eve, or Hava is the Hebrew name for Eve, Adom and Hava. But the thing that describes Adam as a man is Ish. The thing that describes Eve as a woman is Isha. So the man is an Ish and the woman is an Isha, and a man is different than a woman. They're not just different physically. They're not just different emotionally. They're different in the very nature. The essence of how they are and who they are is different. Because Hebrew words are not just spelled, they're built. If I say H2O, you know I'm talking about water. Even though I didn't spell W-A-T-E-R. Why? I told you what the components are. The letters in the words that spell the words in Hebrew are the components of the thing that's being spelled. So when you spell Ish, Aleph, Yud, Shin, Ish, Shin, Aleph, Yud, Shin, you're spelling the thing that makes a man. So the thing that makes a man is an Aleph, a Yud, and a Shin. The thing that makes a woman is an Aleph, a Shin, and a Hey. Isha. So the woman has a hey and the man doesn't have a hey. The man has a yod, but the woman doesn't have a yod. Now, it's really interesting that in order for the human race to perpetuate and survive, you have to have the yod and you have to have the hey. The yod represents several things. It represents the progeny of the man, because the yod is a picture, it's a type of a seed. It's not a seed because the nun is a seed, but it's a type of a seed. It represents a seed. It also represents a thought, but it is a hand. So it represents power. That power represents power. It represents protection. It represents provision. It also represents progeny. But the hay is a container that reveals. It's like a house with an open window. So it's a container that reveals. So the woman, just like a woman physically to have a child, a woman's body opens to receive the man's seed, and then she nurtures that embryo until it becomes a baby, and then she reveals that baby to the world. That's what a woman is designed to do for a man's thoughts. And it's not implying that a woman's thoughts aren't important. That's not the point. You missed the point. It's not that a man is better than a woman or a woman's better than a man. A man is different than a woman and a woman is different than a man. And if I get in my car, it needs tires and an engine, not tires or an engine. It needs both. And the tires aren't better than the engine and the engine's not better than the tire, but they're different. Are y'all tracking? The man's not better than the woman and the woman's not better than the man. They're just different. And the man can do things the woman can't do and the woman can do things the man can't do. And that's how God set it up. Why? So that the man would need the woman and the woman would need the man. It's really amazing. Guys, men are strong, like real men, are strong, but the thing that can make them weak is a woman. Like the greatest weakness of a strong man can be a woman. Like the Philistines couldn't get to Samson, but Delilah did. Like this dude was so strong. Like he could do just crazy stuff. But he gave his strength to this woman who did not have his best interest in mind. There's nothing that can rob a man of his power and his potential like a woman who is not willing to nurture and reveal his yod, his thoughts, his ideas. A man needs a woman who believes in his ideas. Hey, you know what? I don't care. Hey, I love y'all. Y'all my people, right? I don't care if y'all believe in my ideas or not. As long as I go home and that wife I got at home, she believes in my idea. I don't need y'all to believe in my ideas. Y'all can think I'm crazy. Y'all want to think I am. If she don't think I'm crazy, I'm good. Man, he's so crazy. Ain't nobody thinking about you, bruh. So, the man needs the woman. The woman needs the man. And we got a lot of women today that try to act like they don't need a man. And that's so fine, do you. Anyway, I ain't mad at you. But let's don't lie to make the narrative real. Because here's the reality. You sit in a restaurant, some dude starts chatting you up, even if you don't have a man. You're going to make up an artificial man. I got a boyfriend, I got a husband. You're going to make up an artificial man to protect you from the real man that you don't want to be bothered with. Is that too tough? But y'all know I'm telling the truth, though. Here's what's really interesting. When a man and a woman get in a relationship, the man needs to serve the woman and the woman needs to serve the man. If the man's trying to be greater than the woman, he blew it. And if the woman's trying to be greater than the man, she blew it. He will be greatest among you, let him be your servant. Can you serve people who don't offer you anything, or who don't offer you what you offer the world? I don't need you to be good at what I'm good at. I need you to be good at being good with me. Like, strongest man in the world, fragile as a piece of china with his woman. I wish I had some helping hand where my brother's at today. Hey, wait a minute. We're supposed to be creative, but then creation alone does not give you fulfillment. You know why? Because if you create something and you don't have somebody to appreciate it with you, beside you, it feels empty. I did this great thing, I don't have anybody to share it with. My greatest fear in life, and I know y'all are going to think I'm stupid. I'm not running for office, so I can tell you the truth. My greatest fear, so sometimes I end up playing golf by myself. My greatest fear in life is to have a hole-in-one and nobody's there but me. I know. It's dumb. Like, it's real. Any golfer knows, anybody plays golf, you know. And I get up to that par 3 and I'm by myself. I'm like, I start looking around for a witness. Like you know how hard a hole-in-one is? I started playing golf in 1982. I had one, and that was in 2017. Fortunately, I was playing with a friend of mine, and we were playing through a group on a par 3, and the 4 guys were standing up there, and they saw the ball land behind the flag and back up and go in the hole, and they lost their minds. I'm like, yeah, Why? Because we need connection. We need somebody to rejoice with us when we rejoice and to weep with us when we weep. You want to be great? Be that person who puts the other people in your life ahead of you. You'll be great. You'll be great at a level that, like, few people are willing to be great. Isn't that paradoxical? The first shall be last, and the last shall be first, and the last shall be first, the first shall be last, and servant of all. What? Here's the interesting thing about it. Anybody can serve. Like, everybody might not be able to write a book. Everybody might not be able to preach a sermon. Everybody might not be able to sing a song or play an instrument. But everybody can serve. Everybody can figure out what's missing in somebody else's life and supply that. And we should pray for opportunities and look for opportunities to serve someone who has nothing to offer us. I'm not just talking about in business serving people. Yeah, in business, I'm going to serve you because you're going to pay me. And you're going to serve me because I'm going to pay you. But I ain't talking about that. That's good too. But I ain't talking about that right now. I'm talking about the stuff you do that you don't get paid for. The service you provide when nobody sees it. When there's not a crowd clapping for you. When nobody's going to recognize you for the good deed that you've done. That's oxymoronic. It's counterintuitive. It doesn't seem to make sense. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to show up, and I'm going to do as much as I can for as many people as I can. And when I do it, I'm going to do the best that I can. I'm not going to half-step because I'm serving. I'm not going to tiptoe because I'm serving. I'm not going to put half effort in because I'm serving. No, I'm going to show up and I'm going to shine. Without worrying about what I think other people are going to think about me. So we got creation, we got contribution. I mean, we got connection, but the last thing we need is contribution. Because what happened? See, I know I like to ask this question. How did God know it wasn't good for man to be alone? Well, because he's God and he knows everything. But other than that, how did he know? Because man is made in the image of God, and it was not good for God to be alone. Guess what? God made man for God. God made everything else for man. God made the earth for man. But God made man for God. Guess what man did? Severed the connection with sin. So what happened? Adam and Eve tried to cover up the fact that they had sinned. They sewed themselves fig leaves together and made themselves apron. And then what did? They hid amongst the trees of the garden. God said, Adam, where art thou? God wasn't asking Adam where he was because God didn't know where he was. God was asking Adam where he was to show Adam, you doing something you ain't never done before. Every time I came to the garden to walk with you, you showed up and we was talking, and now you hiding? Here's what's really fascinating. God said, those leaves that you made yourself are of no consequence. Here's what it says, and the Lord made them coats of skin. You know what that required? That required the shedding of blood. That required a blood sacrifice. That required a contribution. We're going to feel fulfilled when we create something great and we have somebody to enjoy it with. But then we're going to feel fulfilled when we contribute to somebody who has nothing to offer us. We can contribute to the people who have something to offer us. Let's also contribute to the people who have nothing to offer us. Isn't that what we do when we have a baby? We have this little baby. Can't hold it. You pick it up. It's like a little bobblehead, all head everywhere. You got to hold the baby head, right? And then you got to feed it. And then you got to change its diaper. And then you got to put it to bed. And then it has enough nerve to wake you up in the middle of the night. Don't you know I got to go to work tomorrow? Why are you messing with me right now? Ain't it enough that I gave you life? Right? They don't care. So, literally, to these little humans, you give everything to them while they're growing up. And here's another counterintuitive discipline. Because you're giving your life for them, you love them more than they love you. You would think, well, because I'm giving my life for them, they would love me more. Children do not have... I was talking to one of my brothers, and he was frustrated with his children because I said, well, you got children, don't you? Okay, I'll get that one on the way home. He was frustrated with his children. And I said, here's the thing you got to understand, bro. Your children don't have the ability to love you like you love them. You know why? Because you've given way too much to them. You've given so much to them, they've given almost nothing to you. They can't love you like you love them. The one that gives the most loves the most. Not the one that receives the most that loves the most. It's the one that gives the most that loves the most. Greater love hath no man than this, than a man what? Lay down his life for his friends. So the contribution of service to people is the thing that causes you to love them more when you think it should cause, I can't believe they're treating me like this after all I've done for them. That's why they treat you like that, because of all you've done for them, not all they've done for you. If they had done it for you, they wouldn't treat you. Did you know that if your car breaks down on the highway, you get a flat tire, and somebody stops to help you fix your car, and you don't know what that person does for a living, but that person helps you fix your car. They help you fix the flat on your car. And the next day, you've got to go to court because of some civil case or some other case. And let's say you get to court, you see that the person who helped you with your car was the judge. Do you know that judge has to recuse himself? He cannot try your case. Why? Because he has given something to you which is going to cause him to favor you. You'd think it'd be the other way around. It's not. The more one gives, the more one loves. You want to be great? Every place you go there in honor, preferring one another. Here's what the scripture says. Let each esteem others better than themselves. Do you do that? Like when you're engaged with other people, do you put their agenda above your agenda? When you're in a relationship with your spouse, your husband, your wife, do you put their agenda above your agenda? When you're serving your children, do you put the agenda, God's agenda for your children above the world's agenda for your children? Because you know, God's agenda for your children and the world's agenda for your children ain't the same agenda. You know that, don't you? You know that, don't you? Okay. See, God's agenda for your children is for you. The reason God gave children parents is so those parents could prepare those children to be responsible adults. Responsible. What's the word responsible? Responsible. Huh. What does responsible mean? It means you teach them to respond with ability. That's what responsibility means. The ability to respond with abilities. Responsible. The reason our world is in so much chaos and our country is in so much chaos is because we have a whole bunch of children running around in adult bodies who don't know how to be responsible because the parents didn't do the parenting. I got plenty of time. It's really fascinating how, apart from the Word of God, most of the time, we're going to come to a wrong conclusion. It's pretty fascinating. Maybe it has something to do with our sin nature. Anyway, it fascinates me when I watch parents parent with their non-parenting style. Because when a child is an infant, like 0 days old, 1 day old to 4 years old, I believe that God's design for parents is to train those children. Train, not negotiate. Train, not capitulate. Train. What does train mean? You train them to respond appropriately to authority. 0 to 4. Why? What do I mean respond? What's the proper response to authority? Like, if I want to serve my children at the highest level, I better train them when they're young. Because, and the reason they have to be trained is because when they're born, they're out of control. Man is a few days old. Every man that's born a woman is a few days old and full of trouble. Your baby has a sin nature. Pretty as cute as they might be. Sinful as all get out. It's in their nature. So you got to train them because they're out of control. The purpose of training is not to get them in control, it's to get them under control. And so you train them to respond appropriately to authority. What's the proper response to authority? Complete and immediate obedience. That's the response. Do your child that is 0 to 4 years old, do what I said because I said it. But what happens is parents don't train their children. So when they're 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, they're still telling them, do what I said because I said it, and you didn't train them to do it when they were 0 to 4. So they're not trained, and so because you didn't train them, it makes the next phase of parenting harder, which is teaching. What's the purpose of teaching? The purpose of teaching is to get them to respond appropriately to truth. Or to reason properly with truth. Reason properly with truth. You teach children to reason by teaching them. What does that mean? Now, age 5, 6, 7, and 8, you teach them the reasons behind the rules that you gave them when they were 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the hardest part of parenting, in my opinion, is 5, 6, 7, and 8. Because you're answering why all the time. And you're not answering why to negotiate, you're answering why so that they can go from being under control to having self-control. Are y'all tracking? So I'm going to explain to you, little 5-year-old, this is why we're doing this, because of this. But then I'm going to expect you to do what I trained you to do. And I'm still not negotiating. I'm not explaining to negotiate, I'm explaining to prepare you to become an adult. Are y'all tracking? I wish somebody had taught me this when my children were small. You say, Myron, what does this have to do with being great? Jesus called a little child. Jesus often used children as illustrations. Why? Because I guess we all got to go through that phase. But they're a great example of somebody who has nothing to offer or not much to offer. Like they can't pay the electric bill. They can't buy the groceries. Right? These are little kids. No. They can just believe in you and follow you and trust you. But you got to teach them. You teach them, when you're teach them God's reasons. So the foundation of their beliefs is in truth, not in just what sounds good. Then what do? Well, then you spend 9, 10, 11, and 12 transitioning them, which means you're giving them the ability to make decisions. What are we going to eat for dinner tonight? We're going to eat spaghetti, okay? So we're going to go to the store. We're going to buy all the stuff we need to make for spaghetti. I'm going to show you how much it cost. Then I'm going to let you watch me make it the first couple of times. Then I'm going to help you make it, and then eventually I'm just going to watch you make it. And we spend 4 years transitioning them, so by the time they turn 13, they can be bar mitzvahed. Bar mitzvah, son of the law. Beit mitzvah, daughter of the law. You're responsible to God as an adult now. This whole idea of perpetuating childhood into your 20s and 30s and 40s, and it's so goofy. It's an American Western idea, but it's not a biblical concept. Joseph and Mary were probably 15 and 14, maybe 15 and 16 when they got married. Why? Because they were adults. This whole idea of, I'm going to be a child until I'm 25. I have a whole lot of other stuff to say about that. The whole you're 18, get out of my house, go figure it out thing is goofy, especially when we didn't prepare them to figure it out in 18 years. And then we're saying, okay, go figure it out. Or we're sending them off to a bunch of pagans to teach them how to be godless. So they come back and break our heart after we spent our entire lives pouring into them. We can say what we want to say about the Philistines, but the reality is they never sent, we can say what we want to about the children of Israel, and as many mistakes they made, and they made a bunch of them, they never sent their children to the Philistines to get trained. I remember my son said, Dad, I don't want to go to a Bible college. I want to go to a real college. You can go to any college you want to go if you pay for it. I ain't going to pay some heathen to unteach you what I spent my whole life, me and your mama spent our whole life teaching you. Is that too tough? I could tell you heart-rending stories. They are coming for your children. Anyway, I digressed. But I progressed when I digressed. It was great. All of us can serve. Like, look for what can I do? We are so busy trying to be the man, the woman, the one. Why don't we just show up and serve? You know what? People will make room for you if you show up with a servant's heart. You show up trying to be the greatest. I'm the greatest. No, you ain't the greatest. I'm the greatest. Tell you what, you be the greatest. Let me serve you. It was the prayer that Solomon prayed. Dear Lord, give me the wisdom to do the thing you put me on this earth to do in a way that pleases you and serves the people. He said, who is able to judge this thy so great people? Solomon realized, I'm the king, but I am the king to serve these people, not just to rule over them. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God, but what? Made himself of no reputation, took upon him the form of a servant, and was made in the likeness of man, and being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. Wherefore, because of those things, God also hath highly exalted him and given him a name which is above every name, that at the name of Jesus, every knee should bow and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. What is that telling us? The path to greatness is the road of service. Not the road of accolades. Not the road of applause. It's not the road of cheering and jeering. It's the road of service. Let me ask you a question. Practically speaking, when you come home from work, do you look for ways to serve your family? When you go to work, do you look for ways to serve your coworkers and your employer? And your business's clients? Are you looking for ways to serve? Or are you looking to get out of work? Are you so focused on how tired you are and how much you're going through that you can't help anybody else get through their day? When you go to a restaurant, are you so focused on the service you're getting that you can't even treat the servers good? Like yesterday, I went to Cheesecake Factory and the service, the food was terrible. The service was good, but the food was terrible. Like, it was bad. And it's not usually the case, but it was bad. Like, they brought some bread and it was burnt. Okay. Can you bring some bread that's not burnt? Do you mind? And there was no attitude. It's like, do you mind bringing some bread that's not burnt? Then I ordered an Asian chicken salad. They brought the Asian chicken salad and the chicken was burnt. I have this philosophy, and it might be right, it might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's right, because every time I went against it, it proved to be right. Bad restaurant experiences only get worse. They don't get better by complaining or trying to fix it. They don't get better. So when I go and I have a bad restaurant experience, so the bread being burnt, that's not that big of a deal. Sometimes they burn bread. But the bread's burnt and the chicken's burnt, somebody in the kitchen don't know what they're doing. Or they're having a bad day, or they're mad at their husband, mad at their wife. I don't know what they're doing, but whatever they're doing, cooking food ain't on their mind. Me eating this wasn't on their mind. I told the server, I said, you know what? This chicken's burnt. I don't want to be difficult, but I'm going to send it back. What do you want? You want me to do it again? No, I don't want you to do it again. It's okay. You're doing a great job. The people in the kitchen are having a bad day for whatever reason. I'm good. I ate a couple of pieces of bread. I ate 2 avocado egg rolls. I'm good. And so I let him take the food back, and I'm done. And still gave him a good tip. Because the server wasn't the problem, but the food was the problem. But the person in the kitchen didn't come to work to serve the people food. They came to serve food that day. They didn't come to serve people their food. There's a difference. When you meet a stranger, is your objective to figure out how you can do some business with them and get some money out of their pocket, or to help them have a better day? And see, if you think it doesn't matter, you don't understand God. If you think how I treat this person that I don't even know, if you think how you treat them doesn't matter, you do not understand God. Because Jesus said, you saw me hungry, you didn't feed me. You saw me thirsty, you didn't give me anything to drink. You saw me naked, you didn't clothe me. You knew I was sick, you didn't minister unto me. I was in prison, you didn't visit me. They said, when did we do those things? Inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these people who have nothing to offer you, you've done it also unto me. And John, the Apostle John, in 1 John said, how can you say you love God whom you haven't seen? You hate your brother whom you have seen. How's that possible? What's a rhetorical question? Because the answer is, it's not. Here's what the Bible teaches. How you treat people is how you treat God. How you treat people is how you treat Christ. If you wouldn't talk to Jesus that way, you probably shouldn't talk to them that way, whoever they are. And I'm not saying you're never going to have conflicts. But even when you have conflicts, you don't have to let emotions rule. That's the whole point of being responsible. You have the ability to respond with ability, to control your emotions. Is what I'm saying making sense? See, here's what the Bible does. It gives us a whole lot of these counterintuitive disciplines. The first shall be last, the last shall be first. The way up is down, the way down is up. Humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God. He will exalt you in due time. The way to build is to trample down. Be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, subdue, which means to trample, and then have dominion. Down is the way up. Up is the way down. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? It seems like it should be the other way. I hear what you're saying. But this is the way it works. It's paradoxical. These are paradoxical principles. But when we apply them, they are so powerful they can do for us what nothing else can do. So let's do an experiment. For the rest of today, let's see how many smiles we can serve on other people's faces. Let's see how many words of encouragement we can serve. Let's see how many days we can brighten. Let's see how many people we can help. Like, it's so interesting. There's a song, I think it's a country song. I like country music. I like a bunch of different kinds of music, but I do like country music. And I think this is a country song. There's a song called Don't Laugh at Me. Have any of y'all ever heard it by Mark Wills? Great song. And it says, don't laugh at me, don't call me names, Don't get your pleasure from my pain. And it says, we're all deaf, we're all blind, we're all this, we're all that, but someday we'll have perfect wings. Don't laugh at me. It's such a good song. I wish I could remember all the words, but it's such a great song. It's amazing to me how many people have trained themselves to get pleasure from other people's pain when they could have just as easily trained themselves to get pleasure from serving other people. Be a ray of light, not a cloud of darkness. Spread hope instead of hate. Be a beacon of light and love. And I think as we go through life seeking and endeavoring to do that, we will find a level of greatness that cannot be found anywhere else. Let's go out and serve at that level. By the way, it's really interesting. I'm going to end with this for all of my entrepreneurs out there. One of the things that I've discovered in my last, whatever it is, year and a half of like consistently putting videos on YouTube. Here's one of the things I've discovered. I've discovered the marketplace has a bigger appetite for my content than it does for a lot of people who are way more famous than me. You know why? Because people can tell when you're really in it for them to win it. And they can tell the difference between that and when you want them to be in it so you can win it. And every time I show up, I'm not asking for something. I'm not asking you to buy something. I'm not asking you to do something. I just show up for the people. Because I understand the law of the farm. We reap what we sow. But we reap later than we sow. We reap after the same manner in which we sowed. But here's the beauty. We reap more than we've sown. Warren Wiersbe, here's what he said. Any fool can count the number of seeds in an apple, but only God can count the number of apples in a seed. Let us go through this day realizing that every deed is a seed, every word is a seed, every thought is a seed, and every dollar is a seed that we are sowing into the garden of our futures. Let's walk out those doors and serve. It's really interesting. You go to church, they call it a service. But the service really begins when you walk out the door and you start serving people. Because most of the people who go into church go in to be served. When they really should be going in to serve. And then going out to serve. And then going home to serve. And then going to work to serve. He who will be greatest among you, let him be servant of all. Do you even have it in your personality? Do you have it in your self-discipline to show up for the purpose of serving someone other than yourself? Or are most of the thoughts you have throughout the day about how terrible your life is or how to make your life better? Because if they are, your life is going to get worse. I can promise you that. Because he who will be greatest among you will be servant of all. Seek to serve. You'll find a level of fulfillment and greatness that you can't find anywhere else. Stay blessed by the best, my people, and we'll look forward to seeing y'all next week. Bye for now. I think I've ever discovered. I had a good long conversation yesterday with Dr. Benjamin Hardy, the co-author of so many best-selling books. His latest book, 10X is Easier Than 2X, is one of my favorite. I don't even like talking on the phone. I loathe it. But I talked to him on the phone for almost 2 hours yesterday, and it was one of the most invigorating conversations I've ever had in my life. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with y'all not anything that we talked about, but some principles that I thought of before that, and we're probably going to interject some of that stuff as well. But there's more to everything than we think, right? One of the reasons thinking is so important is because there's more to everything than we think. Like, if you only look at the surface level, you can only get what the surface will give you. When you plant a seed, you don't plant a seed by throwing it on the surface of the earth. You have to dig a hole. You have to put it in the hole if you want it to produce something. And I believe one of the reasons we have so many people in our society who are not productive is because we have so many people who only operate on surface level information. And one of the things that we have to do is we have to care enough to dig deep enough to learn how to produce a better experience of life for ourselves and those we come across. So I'm going to read from the book of Job. We all know the story of Job. I don't know that any human being, other than maybe Ezekiel, right, has ever suffered more evils on the path of righteousness than Job. Job is like, the scripture says he was the greatest man in the earth, which means he was like the wealthiest, most powerful man on earth. But he feared God and he hated evil. And he had 10 children. He loved his children. And in one day, the enemy came and took all of his children. Like, all of them died in one day. I can't even wrap my mind around it. It just blows. Like, we think about our precious children, whom we love more than we love. If you are a parent, you love your children more than you love anyone. And the reason you love your children more than your children and your grandchildren more than you love anyone is because, like, when they got here, they needed you in order for them to even survive. So the more we give to someone or something, the more we love that thing. The heart follows the pocketbook. The heart follows our intention. It follows our attention, right? So we love our children. And he lost all of his children in one day. And he had great business and great wealth. He lost all of his wealth in one day. You lose all your children, lose all your wealth in one day, you can bounce back from that. But you lose all your children in one day. He lost all of his children, all his wealth in one day, and then in close proximity again, he lost his health. Like, what? And then he had these friends. He had some friends who came to comfort him. And they were basically saying to him that, well, Job, come on, bro. You were righteous before God and God blessed you. What did you do? Come on. You can tell us. We're your friends. They're like, we know this happened because of some evil thing you did, right? And we see an answer to this in Job chapter 9. And it says, and I'm going to read a lot of this to you because I'm going to read at least down to verse number 9. No, at least down to verse number... at least down to verse number 12. So, at least down to I'm going to read down to verse number 12. Here's what it says. Then Job answered and said, I know it is of a truth, but how should man be just with God? If he will contend with him, he cannot answer him, one of 1,000. He is wise in heart and mighty in strength. Who hath hardened himself against him and prospered? That he's talking about God. He's wise. He's wise in heart and mighty in strength. Who hath hardened himself against him and prospered? Who has shook their fist at God and prospered? Right? Which removeth mountains, and they know not which overturneth. Which removeth mountains, and they know not which overturneth them in his anger. Which shaketh the earth out of his place, and the pillars thereof tremble, which commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, and he sealeth up the stars, which also spreadeth out the heavens, and treadeth upon the waves of the sea, which maketh Arcturus, Orion, Pleiades, and the chambers of the south, which doeth great things past finding out, yea, and wonders without number. Lo, he goeth by me, and I see him not. He passeth on also, but I perceive him not. Behold, He taketh away, and no man can hinder him. Who will say unto him, what doest thou? So there's more to everything than we know. It's really interesting. I thought I had it open here, but I actually had it open in my iPhone. It's really interesting how little we know about the things that we think we know. And we know very, very little about. I want to read a couple of quotes that we're all familiar with. We've all heard the sayings, things are seldom as they seem. How many of y'all heard that one, right? Things are seldom as they seem. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. We've heard that one, right? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The mask concealed their real face. And this one is a Myron Golden quote, so you may not have heard it. But I can't believe my eyes because my eyes tell lies. Maybe that's why we're admonished in the scripture to walk by faith and not by sight. When we do that, we're allowing our future to drive our present. When we walk by faith, we're allowing our future to drive our present. Instead of allowing the past to drive our present. This is one of the things that Dr. Ben Hardy and I were talking about yesterday. Like, when you allow your future to drive your present, then it brings you joy. It gives you passion. It gives you something to pursue. But when you allow your past to drive your future, you're always like, well, I'm not as far as I wanted to be right now. So I look back and I say, I wanted to be here by now, but I'm not here by now. And so I'm measuring myself in the gap, instead of looking where I came from and seeing how far I came, measuring myself in the gain. Because in order for there to be a gap, there also has to be gain. In order for there to be gain, there also has to be a gap, right? So I get to choose which one I measure myself by, right? And so maybe that's why we're like, allow our future to drive our present and not the past. It's also why allowing our present under the influence of our future expectation to define our past. So instead of allowing our past to define our future, which, by the way, is what most people do. Most people define their present by their past. Well, I messed up X, Y, and Z, so now I am only this. Isn't that how people live, right? I didn't do well in school, so now I'm dumb. That doesn't even make any sense. A lot of people didn't do well in school just because school's so terrible, right? Like, I used to tell the teachers, my children's teachers, I am not going to side with you and help you make my children feel like they're not smart to validate your stupid degree. I'm not going to do that, right? Your son didn't get his homework done. First of all, let me help you understand something. It ain't homework. It's schoolwork. Y'all didn't finish teaching them at school. Do you understand? It does not make sense to send your children to school for 6 hours a day, and then they come home and do homework for 6 hours. It's not homework. It's schoolwork. They didn't finish teaching them at school. And then they want to make you feel like your child is dumb or less than because they didn't spend more time memorizing more useless information in the evening to take up their whole life. No wonder kids all they want to do is sleep on the weekend. They're exhausted from memorizing useless minutia. And I know some people are going to disagree with what I'm saying. I get that. That's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. But the 5-time teacher of the year in New York, 5-time teacher of the year, wrote multiple books on what's wrong with the miseducational system. He wrote one called Dumbing Us Down. He wrote another one called Weapons of Mass Instruction. You read that, you'll see what a terrible thing school is to do to your children. School is for your children. Go read Carter G. Woodson's Miseducation of the Negro, and you will learn why integration of the educational system was horrible for black people. What? Yeah, because what we did was we allowed people who believed that black children were less than to teach them as if they were less than. And one of the most important things a teacher can do for a student is to believe in their ability to learn. Anyway, don't get me started. Stop defining your present from your past. Your past set you up for your future. All of the things that you think were setbacks in your past were actually setups. They were I'm not saying they weren't setbacks. I'm not minimizing the difficulty that you've been through in your life. We've all been through difficulty. I'm not minimizing it. But that obstacle was the very opportunity that would make you strong enough to stay there when you get there. Don't miss that. I had polio. I was born in the city in a segregated hospital. The conditions of 6 or 7 years after the polio vaccine was discovered, the conditions of that segregated hospital were so poor, not only did I contract polio and not get the vaccine for polio, but they didn't even know what was wrong with me. My parents moved all the way to Pennsylvania before I got diagnosed or treated. Like I walk with a brace on my leg. At night when I don't have on my brace, I'm walking on crutches. Oh, that's so terrible. Woe is me. It's not terrible, and there is no woe for me. It was an obstacle. It was an obstacle that gave me strength in other areas. Maybe God, in his sovereign wisdom, knew the plan that he had for my life, and he ordained that the enemy would attack my body and make my body slow down, and the enemy just wanted my body to slow down, but God designed it so my mind would speed up. And I couldn't spend my life chasing sports, because I'm very athletic anyway, and a little obsessive compulsive, whatever that means. And so, like when I get curious about something, I go all in. And so, like, I would have been, there's no doubt all my brothers were athletes, and I was an athlete too, but I just didn't participate in what they call organized sports because I couldn't run. That's what I hated the fact, when I was a child, I hated the fact that I couldn't run. As an adult, I'm so glad that I couldn't run as a child. You know why? Because it forced me to sit down and observe. And I observed things while I was sitting still that I could not have observed if I had been moving fast. And so the curse became the blessing. The difficulty became the pathway for the destiny. The intended evil by the enemy became the good for God. I'm not confused. You say, oh, you sound delusional. Good. Well, I like my delusion better than yours. So, stop allowing your past to imprison your future by defining your present. Use your present to define your past. So what I'm saying is, right now, I'm allowing my present, who I am right now, to determine what all of those things that happened meant, instead of allowing those things that happened to determine which one's going to make my life better. Yeah, I can walk around and be miserable. I can walk around and be miserable. Oh, I hate the white man. Because segregation, blah, blah, and oppression, and blah, blah. I'm not saying that stuff wasn't real. It was real. It's still real to some degree. But, okay, now what? What's next? Anyway. So, we also are allowing our present. So what we should be doing is allowing our present under the influence of our future positive expectation to define our past, and not allowing our past to define our present, because when we allow our past to define our present, it can destroy our future. That's why the enemy wants us so focused on our past, so he can influence to waste our present and thereby imprison our future. We're so stuck on what happened to us in the 7th grade or the 2nd grade or kindergarten. We're so focused on what our parents, all the mistakes our parents made. Your parents probably didn't make any mistakes. Mine made some mistakes. Guess what? My children's parents made some mistakes. I know, I was there. So, in Job's answer, here's what we find. In Job's answer to his friends who thought, well, the reason you're suffering is because you did something wrong. In Job's answer, here's what we find. Number one, there's more to every situation than you aspire to know. There's more to every situation than any of us aspire to know. What does that mean? That means things are seldom as they seem. So when you think you know, that's when you need to dig deeper. Isn't it fascinating that it says in the book of Hosea, it says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. I was so fascinated by that when I read that. I'm like, how are God's people the ones that are destroyed for lack of knowledge? And then it tells us, because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. It wasn't that they couldn't know that they didn't know. It was that they wouldn't know that they didn't know. And what I gathered from reading that and meditating on that is this. The biggest hindrance to learning in the world is thinking that you already know. Woe unto you if you are so dug in on what you think you know that you're afraid to hear an opposing argument. Like, I like to listen to Dr. Jordan Peterson, his 12 Rules for Life. I don't agree with everything he says, but I don't agree with everything anybody says. Like, I don't agree with everything my son, my daughter, my wife, my brothers. I don't agree with everything anybody says. I don't agree with everything Dr. Jordan Peterson said, but I love that dude, man. I love how he communicates. Like, I love how he paints word pictures. And the biggest thing that I appreciate about Jordan Peterson is this. I can appreciate when I listen to him communicate an idea, I can see clearly that he's thought about both sides of his point. I can see clearly that he's argued for it and argued against it before he ever attempted to position it in front of another person. Right? He realized that there's more to every situation than he knew, but the difference is he aspired to learn it. What if we aspired to learn? Like, I'm fascinated by people who aren't curious. Fascinated. How could you not want to know how that works? I want to know how that works. Like, even areas in which I don't intend to become a proficient expert in, I want to at least know how it works. Like some of the stuff I talk about, y'all probably think, why would he know that? Like for instance, the 747 fully loaded weighs 987,000 pounds. That's almost 1 million, y'all, and it's in the sky. So because I didn't like flying, because it didn't make sense, I started studying it. Okay, I got another one for you. You know, a 747 is the one with the hump on the front. It's got an upstairs, right? Jumbo jet. It's got 4 engines, 2 on each wing. So I'm like, this is really fascinating. I got my little how things work encyclopedias out. I'm reading about the 747. Did you know that they inflate the tires of a 747 with nitrogen? Because nitrogen gets cold under pressure, and when they didn't do that, every time they attempted to land, the tires would blow out. Huh. There's more to everything than we aspire to know. But what if we just aspired to know more about the things that we're focused on, about the things that we are intentional about what if we became desirous to know how life works, how business works, how family works, how relationships work? What if we became so obsessed with these concepts that we studied all the things we could? We studied the people we agree with and even some of the people we disagree with. I like hearing people talk that I disagree with, because when I listen to people who talk that I disagree with, they're either going to, one or two good things is going to happen. They're either going to show me where I'm wrong and then I can get better, or they're going to show me where I'm right and I can stand my ground. Either way, I win. The only way I can lose is by being afraid to hear a different argument. And what's really fascinating is the less a person knows, the more they feel like they know. In fact, I'm going to show you something on the board I wasn't planning to. Can I move, Jose, Marima, can you get her so I can, yeah, can I move over there? Okay. So I'm going to move over to my blackboard. I want to show y'all something. It's really interesting. So, by the way, what I'm about to show you is not scientific. It's an illustration that I thought of in my own head. You're not going to find this in any dictionary, encyclopedia, on Google, Wikipedia, or anywhere else, okay? So I'm not pretending that this is some scientific experiment. I'm just telling you this is how I conceptualized it. Everybody good with that? Okay, cool. So all of us, around anything that we know about, we have a knowledge base. And whatever, that could be a big knowledge base, it could be a small knowledge base, but it's a knowledge base. And on the outside of all of our knowledge base, around everything that we have a knowledge base around, we have what I'd like to describe as little vacuum tubes. And these vacuum tubes are what I call idea receptors. Okay, and so the knowledge base that we have, the knowledge that we have, is going to bump into the knowledge that's directly around it that we don't know. So our knowledge base is going to start sucking in a little bit more knowledge, Like when I was born, I didn't know anything, then I learned, Dad. So I got 2 words, I'm good. Like, right? For the rest of my life? No. I came in contact with me, and I learned my name, and then I learned this is my hand, and this is my left hand, this is my right hand, this is my feet. Then I learned how to tie my shoes, then I learned how to ride a bike. And really, I don't know if you're encouraged by what I'm talking about right now, but like I learned how to ride a bike, and then I learned how to I learned how to fix my bike, and then I learned how to fix a flat tire on my bike, and I learned how to put the chain back on my bike. And then eventually I kept on growing, and I learned how to read, I learned how to write, I learned how to do arithmetic, and I learned how to have a conversation, and I learned how to fight, and I learned, and I know that sounds funny, right? But if you're unwilling to fight, you can't survive, right? You have to be like, criminals are looking for victims. They're not looking for a fight, right? It reminds me of when I learned how to never be bullied, because I got bullied a lot. I had polio as an infant, right? We moved around a lot. I went to 9 different schools when I was growing up. 9. We moved around a lot, right? And I remember we moved to Tampa when I was in the 6th grade, and I went to Twin Lakes Elementary School, and my 5 little brothers went to there, and my older brother went to a different school, and the kids on the bus would pick on us every day, right? And like every day, they would call us names and pick on us, And we hated going to school. Like, Dad, do we have to go to school? I remember one day my dad gave us this, he gave us like one of those, like William Wallace, like Braveheart speeches, right? My dad was no joke. And my dad said, here's what you do, boy. One of them mess with you. What you do is you grab them by the collar, you beat them within an inch of their life, they'll leave you alone for the rest of your life. Like, they're crazy, he's crazy. Why do I have to be around all these crazy people? Why do we have to live here? This is, so terrible. And then I said to my dad, I'm in the 6th grade, y'all. I'm transferring the story to you as it happened, right? So I'm just telling you. And this was then, this is not now. This was the 6th grade. I said, but Dad, what if it's a girl? He said, I don't care nothing about that. Like, and by the way, I was way more scared of him than I was any of those kids on that bus. One of them got in my face, and sure enough, the whole thing. And then all of them jumped on, they're beating me down. I had a knot on my arm that stuck out this far, went to school. But you know what happened? After that, they never called us another name, never picked on us again. So my dad, who I thought was a nut, turned out to be a prophet. Okay, so we got this knowledge base, and this knowledge base comes in contact with all the knowledge around it, but it's totally unaware of, ooh, that's really good, I'll do that. And I'll do it like that. It's totally unaware of all of this knowledge out here. Like, this knowledge, to my knowledge base, might as well not exist, because my knowledge base is totally unaware of it. My knowledge of that thing. I mean, think about how many things, like everything that you know about right now, there was a time you didn't know it. Well, I've got good news and bad news. I got good news and scary news. Y'all ready? There's more information that you don't know than there is that you do know, and you know a lot. And so what happens is our idea receptors suck in this knowledge, and then our knowledge base becomes bigger. Well, because it becomes bigger, it has a bit larger surface area, and that larger surface area has more room for more idea receptors. And so I'm coming in contact with more ideas than I was when my knowledge base was smaller, that I'm totally unaware of. And so this is why the people who know the least think they know the most. And the people who know the most feel like they know the least. Like, the smartest people you will ever meet, they do not feel smart. They feel like they're on this quest they're on this journey that is, like, unarrivable. Because, like, the more I learn, the more I realize I just don't know. And by the way, it doesn't matter if your knowledge base gets bigger again, and now you got more knowledge on more idea receptors, and now it's coming in contact with even more information around it that you don't know, right? It's coming in contact with, and so we're on this never-ending journey of learning. At least we should be. But here's what a lot of people do. They get a little knowledge base, which they think is a big knowledge base. And so what they do is they come in contact with the knowledge base that's outside, or the information that's outside their knowledge base, and they say, that looks a little overwhelming. I think I'll just go watch TV. And so they anesthetize themselves with distractions. They anesthetize themselves with distractions so they don't have to think about the stuff they don't know. And that's how most people live their lives. That's not how some people, that's how most people, unfortunately, live their lives. And then, when you start to focus on changing your life or learning the things you don't know, why do you care? And then they want to make you feel badly about your quest for knowledge because it shines a light on their lack of that same quest. There's more to everything than we aspire to know. So what can we do about that? Well, we can always be aspiring to learn more than we know. That's the only thing we can do. I will never learn everything, but I will learn all of the things that I'm going to learn. Right? And and by my own decision, that's going to be as much as I possibly can while I'm here. Because there's more to it than it seems. Like Job's situation looked to the guys on the outside looking in like, well, this has to be the reason. But like it says in Ecclesiastes, whether the tree fall to the north or whether it fall to the south, where it falleth, there it shall be. Sometimes it just is what it is. So what we have to do is we have to become, I've got some great news for y'all. I got chills thinking about it. You are one great idea away from your first fortune or your next fortune, whichever the case may be. You're one idea, one great, high-level, high-serving idea away from your breakthrough, well executed away from your breakthrough, whatever that looks like. The situation is never as it seems. So I'm not, when I see you going through a hard time, I'm not going to assume that I know why. Because I don't. It's like, remember what the disciples said to Jesus when they came across the man who was born blind? So, who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? I imagine Jesus made that face. Maybe he didn't. Did you hear what you just asked? You asked me if this man sinned before he was born. Talk about cray-cray, right? Who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Neither hath he sinned nor his parents. Jesus wasn't saying that he didn't sin, his parents didn't sin. He was saying that's not the reason he was born blind. Neither hath this man sinned nor his parents, but that the works of God should be made manifest in him. Sometimes the difficulty you go through in your life, the difficulty shows up so God can show up and show out. There's more to every situation than you aspire to know. See, when our enemy falls, we want to assume it's because they're our enemy. But there's more to that situation than we aspire to know. When our friend falls or our family falls or somebody falls whose shortcomings we can clearly see. And it's easier to see other people's shortcomings than it is to see your own. You know why? Because your eyes are looking out there. They ain't looking in here. Can I get a witness? Thank you, son. So there's more to every situation than we aspire to know. But there's more to the sovereignty of God than we have the ability to know. I want you to wrap your mind around that. There's more to the sovereignty of God. So my knowledge base is limited. God's knowledge base is limitless. If my knowledge base is limited and God's knowledge base is limitless, it is impossible for me to comprehend God. That's why we don't relate to God through intellect. We relate to God through spirit. Not through mind, through spirit. Why? Because faith creates understanding. And the reason people who get miseducated think that there is no God is because they think that they'll believe when they understand. But understanding is not the genesis of faith. Faith is the genesis of understanding. They that seek the Lord, it's in the Bible. They that seek the Lord understand all things. And for those of you, by the way, who think I'm talking about religion right now, that makes you even that much more confused. Because the Bible is not a book about religion. The Bible is a book about government. The government of what? The entire universe. It's a book about a king, a kingdom, a royal family, and the culturalization of a foreign land called Earth. And our objectives as the king's kings and the king's queens is to expand the heavenly culture to this realm called Earth. Okay, there's more to the sovereignty of God than we have the ability to know. In fact, that's what Job said. Job said, that's what he said. He said in verse 12, behold, he taketh away, who can hinder him? Who will say unto him, what doest thou? Wow. What does it say? I think it's in Daniel 3:16. I think that's where it's at. But our God, he is in the heavens. He hath done whatsoever he hath pleased. Until you yield your perception of God to God's sovereign description of God, you do not know who God is. Okay, let me read it to you so I'm not just up here making a word salad. Because I like salad and I like words, but sometimes when you put them together, they become a little much. Romans chapter 11. Here's what it says. In verse number 33. Oh, the depth of the riches, both of the wisdom and knowledge of God. How unsearchable are his judgments and his ways past finding out. To attempt to not to yield to God's declared sovereignty. To say, well, no, God would never do that. I'm not going to do that because, yeah, I am. Not to yield to God's declared sovereignty is to resist the essence of God. What does that even mean? Well, God does what he desires to do because he desires to do it. He doesn't need our approval. It's like a lot of religions will teach that God loves everybody. And that sounds great. It's just not true. Now, I'm going to treat you like God loves you because God didn't put a marker on you and say, well, I hate that one, and I hate that one, I hate that one. I want you to treat them bad. No, he told me to treat everybody good. But I'm not God. And God's not me. He doesn't have to play by the same rules I play by. Are y'all tracking? Say, well, God loves everybody. But the Bible states clearly that he does not. That's shocking to people. You know why? Because religion has taught that God loves everybody. But if God loves everybody, before I show you where it says he doesn't love everybody, I'm not just going to say that, right? I'm not just going to say that. I'm going to show it to you in the Bible so you can. And so what people will do, though, is they'll say, well, that just means, well, what it means is that he hates who he says he hates. If it says he hates them, you can try to turn that into something else to make it fit into your God loves everybody narrative. But if God loves everybody, I'm just going to say what I believe. This may or may not be true, but I believe it to be true. If God loves everybody, his love has no value. What's the significance of love that loves everybody? If I said to my wife, baby, do you love me? And she says, yeah, I just love men. That ain't what I was looking for. See, we laugh at it when it's us, right? But you see how pompous it is for us to assume, do you love your next door neighbor's children as much as you love your own? And if you say yes, I'm going to say quit tripping. Right? Okay. So, since I said I'm going to show it to you, I'm going to go, and I'm not just going to show it to you, I'm going to go ahead and read it to you, even though this is not what I was planning on talking about. I'm going to talk about it anyway. In Romans chapter 9. I'm in chapter 9. In Romans chapter 9, we start out talking about Rebecca. So it says in verse 10, and not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by one, even our father Isaac, for the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth, it was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. What shall we say then? Because then our mind says, but that can't be the case, because like everything in us, can I get a witness? Everything in us like resists that, doesn't it? Wait a minute, why does he hate? They're not even born. What are you talking about? Watch this. Here's what it says. Verse 14. Paul knew you were going to say that, so he says, what shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid. For he that saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion upon whom I will have compassion. So then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of God that showeth mercy. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for this purpose, for this reason, have I raised thee up, that I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth. I made you great, so I can knock you down, so people will know I'm great. That seems so unfair. Fair is there's not a biblical Hebrew word for the concept of fair, so fair is not a real concept. It's a man-made construct.